1957 Porsche 356, burgundy and silver, the color. Jeffrey O'Neill starts second.
To day 4 of the Rolex Monterey Motorsport Reunion for 2022 here at the WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Now, as you cars are the race cars. In addition to that, we are celebrating Le Mans in style this year. The centenary of Le Mans is just around the corner, and because of that, we have assembled 46 Le Mans race-winning or class-winning cars, which are all being shown here at the paddock. So please, whether you're at home on your sofa, whether you're joining us here at Laguna Seca today, come on down, stay with us, check out all the action. We will be getting some driver interviews. We're going to be talking to some team owners. We're going to be talking to some famous faces, Le Mans winners. There's even a Formula One CEO in our paddock. A little bit of something for everyone here down at Laguna Seca today.
Starting ninth, Bernard Dervaux in a 1950 Allard J2. Silver is the color on that one. George Holt starts 10th, completing row 5 in car 54. 54 Jaguar XK120 Roadster, Écurie Écosse Blue. 11th starter inside row 6, car 31, Luca Machicescu in a 1928 Bugatti Type 37A, blue in color. Rick Rollins' final car on our grid sheet completes row 6, starting 12th in car number 1, the 1931 Alfa Romeo 6C 1750 Grand Sport, maroon and tan. That is your starting field for race group 6, 1923 to 1965 Le Mans celebration cars. Pit stop pace car. The field has been released to the starter, so Max Jamieson and Jeffrey O'Neill should lead them up the start-finish straightaway as they come out of. Green flag, here they come out of turn 11. And a Porsche gets the jump on the birdcage. It's car number 117, Max Jamieson. Got the jump on Jeffrey O'Neill. O'Neill tries to stay alongside going into turn 1. The Andretti hairpin just can't get it done. And O'Neill's out there way wide, and it looks like it could be Ned Speaker trying to sneak in the 67A car into third spot. Can't get it done, has to tuck in behind the birdcage. Speaker having a battle with that Jag, that New English Old White Jag of James Alder. And in fact, Alder got around Speaker as they went into turn 3. Rest of the cars single file through that corner now on that short straight between 3 and 4 as they go under the Michelin tire bridge that takes you into the infield area. And Haggerty Marketplace. You got to stop by there sometime this weekend, not only for all the goodies that the vendors have for sale, but also for the beer garden and the wine sampling in the wine pavilion. Cars heading on up the hill. It is Max Jamieson in the Porsche that started from the pole that led the field from the start through the infield and on the way up the hill, with Jeffrey O'Neill in that white number 8 Maserati birdcage tucked in behind him as they went out of our sight on the way up to the corkscrew. Coming down the hill now, we've got a great overhead shot from a drone or a crane on the camera. Looks like the Jag of Alder has just went by the birdcage coming out of the bottom of the corkscrew. James Alder at number 3352 Jaguar XK120, now your new second place car. As they come off the hill, it's Max Jamieson still out front in that number 11757 Porsche. They're heading down into turn 11. That Jag should be able to catch the Porsche on the front straight. We'll have to watch and see if he can do that. Wasn't quite close enough to make the bid. Trying to make his move now as they go up the start-finish straightaway. The Porsche, the Jag, and a new third-place car. Looks like Speaker in that Maserati 200 SI has moved up into third spot. The birdcage that started in the front row, driven by Jeffrey O'Neill, has now dropped down to fourth spot. But Jamieson in control in that number 117 silver and red Porsche. Alder on the charge now. He came out of 4th spot, now up into 2nd, trying to close on that Porsche. If he can get close enough, by the time they get down into turn 11, he might be able to pull him up the front straightaway. He's got more than double the engine displacement. At Porsche, about 1,620 cc's. The Jag is 3,780, so quite a bit of difference in the displacement. As the first and second place cars leave the infield, go through turn 5, start their climb up the hill, the Porsche of Jameson really starting to open up a gap on Alder now. And that new third place car of Ned Speaker, the Maserati 200 SI, he started third. He got dropped back a spot, and now he's regained third place as they go up the hill. Watching him as they come down is still the Porsche, followed by the Jag, then the Maserati 200 SI, then the Birdcage that started second, Jeffrey O'Neill. That's your top 4 as they come down the corkscrew. And a new third place as the Birdcage and the Maserati 200 SI keep swapping positions back and forth. And they've closed up on James Alder, who's your second place car. Running in the 5th spot, unofficially as we have it, is Nicholas Price in that Jaguar C-Type, car number 21. Jameson pretty much has things all his own way at the moment in that Porsche that's leading this race. It's a 57 356 car 117. But he may be challenged by the time they get up the hill to the corkscrew. It's either the Jag or one of the Maseratis. It was a white car that was closing on them as they came out of 5 and began their climb towards 6 and 7. Jameson still out front as they start their descent through the corkscrew. Remember, that's a 10-story drop. The Birdcage back up in 2nd spot. It looks like Alder in the Jag has dropped to 3rd. Ned Speaker 4th in the Maserati 200 SI. Jeffrey O'Neill in that number 8 Birdcage closes on Jameson in the Porsche as they come down into turn 11. This is the final turn. It puts them on the front straightaway. Jameson in the Porsche. Here comes the Birdcage of Jeffrey O'Neill, trying to make a bid for the lead as they come up the start-finish straightaway, and they were side by side as they crossed the start-finish line. That one would have been difficult to call. It would have been a photo finish. Now O'Neill dives inside, going down into turn 1, trying to make a move and solidify first place if he can get there. Interesting battle coming down through the infield now. An Allard and a Bugatti. They're just coming out of turn 10, heading down into turn 11. Well, we understand that the birdcage has made the pass over on the backside of the course that is out of our view in turn 7. So Jeffrey O'Neill, now your race leader in the number 8 car over Max Jamieson in the 117 Porsche 356. That's the way they come down the hill. Looks like Ned Speaker running third in that Maserati 200 SI, and Alder in the Jag 33 has dropped to 4th place. New leader again, as all of a sudden Jamieson in the Porsche gets by the birdcage. So does Ned Speaker. I don't know what's going on with the birdcage, but he's slowly falling back. Alder's going to gobble them up too as they come up the start-finish straightaway. So Jamieson back out front in the Porsche, followed by Ned Speaker in the Maserati 200 SI. Alder moves up to third in that 120 Jag, and the birdcage of Jeffrey O'Neill drops to 4th. Speaker still out front, followed by Jamieson. Then it's the birdcage running third of Jeffrey O'Neill, followed by Alder in the Jag in car number 33. And these are the top 4 cars. They're all staying together through this whole race so far. Nobody's got a breakaway. In fact, they've had 3 or 4 different leaders. I think everyone has taken turns leading this for at least one lap. At the moment, it's Speaker in the Maserati, followed by the Porsche of Jamieson. Then O'Neill in the birdcage, and Alder in the Jag. Here they come up the start-finish straightaway. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Oh, side by side with the Porsche and the birdcage now as they cross the start-finish line. So there's contention for second spot, and the birdcage moves back up in the second. Jamieson trying to take it back as they go down into turn 1. Can't quite get it, and it gets alongside, finally backs out of it, and lets the birdcage go by in second spot. Now the birdcage stocking Speaker in that Maserati, trying to get back out in front. So it's Maserati's 1-2, but O'Neill would like to make it still Maserati's 1-2, but the wrong Maserati's leading as far as he's concerned. Maserati, Porsche, Jaguar. Your top 4. Actually, Jaguar's running 5th too, I believe, in 21. Nicholas Price in that C-type, but he's not running with that lead quartet. Lead quartet coming down to the corkscrew. The 4th place cars dropped back a little bit. Alder in the Jag. Not sure if he had a problem or what. But it's Speaker, then the birdcage of O'Neill, and then Jamieson in the Porsche now dropped the 3rd spot. Alder's 4th in the Jag, and has kind of lost contact with that lead group. It's now a lead trio instead of a lead quartet as they come out of 10 down into turn 11. They'll be coming up the start-finish straightaway. Maserati, Porsche, that's the order. 200 SI, birdcage, and Porsche 356. And a birdcage goes by and retakes the lead from Ned Speaker. O'Neill's he's got the lead now, but here comes Max Jamieson. He's trying to move by Speaker as well and go from 3rd to 2nd. In fact, he did that just as they get into the Andretti hairpin. So Speaker went from 1st to 3rd between start-finish and turn 2. Very competitive group at the head of this field, and Alder in the Jag trying to close back up on him so he can get in the mix too. Jeffrey O'Neill got a couple of wheels off in the infield straightaway there, exiting turn 3, kicked up some dust just underneath the tire bridge, but kept it pointed in the right direction and got through 4, now heading over into turn 5, being stalked by Jamieson in that Porsche. Okay, we got a late ad. George Holden, car 5-4, has come out of the pits in his Jaguar XK120 Roadster. Evidently, car wasn't ready to make it for the start of this, so they've allowed him to come back and rejoin the closing stages of this event on track.
Well, folks, keep your ears open in the paddock. There's going to be a lot of interviews and a lot of talk show going on with some of these wonderful racers that are here for us. I just got through having interviews with Ron Fellows down in the paddock area. It was wonderful. A lot of people got a chance to ask questions and just get a very good feel from the inside of that long-term relationship he's had with Corvette and endurance racing and being a track owner. A lot of evolutionary things going on with him. It was pretty interesting. I could have sat there all afternoon and listened to him.
The field coming out of turn 11, led by the Porsche of Max Jamieson. Then it's the Birdcage. Then it's the Maserati 200 SI. Then it's the Jag XK120 of James Alder, car 33. Birdcage looking to take the lead away from Jamieson and the Porsche as they go down into turn 1. He's going to make the move on the inside. No, he can't. They're side by side going through the Andretti hairpin. Porsche out in front. Birdcage challenging. That's Jeffrey O'Neill in that number 8 white Maserati Birdcage. That's the 3-liter version, the one with the bigger engine. Right on the tail of Jamieson and the Porsche as they go under the tire bridge and into turn 4. Going to make a move going into 5 as he dives inside, passes Jamieson and the Porsche, gets the good line up into 5 and heads on up the hill with Jamieson in pursuit. It is Jamieson in pursuit in the Porsche. And they pulled away from the other cars in the field. Ned Speaker running third, and his Maserati 200 SI has dropped back quite a ways, and then Alder further back behind him, and a long way back to the 5th place car, the number 21 C-Type Jag of Nick Price.
Next group up will be at 11:35. That'll be Group 7, 1956 to 1971 Le Mans Rolex race.
That'll be our last group before lunch, Armando. Then lunchtime, there's just all sorts of stuff going on. You can meet the legends of Le Mans at the paddock stage. There's Lexus Pace Car VIP laps, Gordon Murray T50 exhibition, and an Audi reveal with Tim Christensen, our Grand Marshal. Autograph session at 1:30, just all sorts of great stuff going on, and we get back to racing at 1:20 this afternoon. Leaders working their way through traffic as they go through the infield. Still the Birdcage out front, being pursued by the Porsche. Birdcage of Jeffrey O'Neill, car number 8, the Porsche of Max Jamieson, car number 117. They've cleared, looks like, all of the traffic by the time they get to turn 5, and they're heading on up the hill. Now it's Ned Speaker's turn to work his way through those cars. He's your 3rd place car, that number 67A Maserati 200 SI. Breakaway between the 2 leaders, the Birdcage and the Porsche. Porsche is your 2nd place car, just now heading down into turn 10. There will be a checkered flag this time by, so this is going to be it. There's going to be some traffic for them. Now they got through it. Here they come up the front straightaway with a drag race between the Porsche and the Maserati. Checkered flag waves, and it's going to be the birdcage by about 3/4 of a car length over the Porsche. Jeffrey O'Neill wins it in car number 8, the 1960 Maserati birdcage. Max Jamison in the 117 Porsche 356 finishes in second. Ned Speaker's third in the 67A Maserati 200 SI. Fourth is 33 James Alder in the 52 Jag XK 120. And unofficially, we've got the 21 C-Type Jag of Nicholas Price in fifth. That's your top 5. A very entertaining race. These guys swapped it up, back, and forth.
Don't forget, folks, the prize giving ceremony is going to be at 5:45 in the paddock. The public is invited to attend. Come on down, watch these guys get their prizes for all the racing this weekend, and it's a lot of fun. Good way to wrap up the day and wrap up the week of motorsports here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Don't forget, folks, today from 12 noon to 12:30, that'll be some Legends of Le Mans. That's going to be the 10-time 24-hour champion and our Grand Marshal, Tom Christensen. He'll be joined by 4-time winner Henri Pascarolo, as well as John Morton, Pierre Filon, and Peter Brock for a once-in-a-lifetime gathering of amusing stories, stretching the truth, and just bench racing in general.
And after that, they're going to gather at 1:30. You can meet at a very special autograph session. Christensen, Pescarolo, Morton, Lynn St. James, Jochen Moss, Peter Brock, Marky Smith-Haas, Pierre Fallon, and Scott Atherton. Bring your souvenir program or poster for this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. That's 1:30 today at the paddock stage.
And then at 2:30, Peter Brock will once again be doing his final autograph session of the weekend at 2:30 today. Don't miss the opportunity to meet Peter Brock again, Motorsports Hall of Famer and designer of the Daytona Coupe, which won the 1964 24 Hours of Le Mans and the 65 FIA World GT Championship. In '57, he also sketched what would become the iconic 1963 Corvette Stingray. Very nice.
As the temperature rises, be sure to stay hydrated with water or Gatorade. We want you to enjoy your experience here safely.
Don't forget, in September, we got the Firestone Grand Prix of Monterey. That's right, the Indy cars will be here September 9th through the 11th. And then in October, we have the Velocity Invitational event, October 14th through 16th. And yes, these are regularly scheduled events. These are what you can also order on the website for WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. You can stay up to date on the latest news at WeatherTechRaceway.com. Find complete event information, schedules about your upcoming races, camping reservations, and even pre-order your official event souvenirs and swag at WeatherTechRaceway.com.
You know, Armando, you talked about the awards ceremony, invited everybody to stick around. Actually, Orbis Brakes will host a pre-award ceremony, trophy display, and Moet champagne toast prior to its presentation of the Stellar Performance and Braking Award today between 4:45 and 5:45 at the Orbis Brakes booth located in the paddock across from the Le Mans Heritage display. Lift a glass to a deserving winner from the 2020 Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion, courtesy of Orbis Brakes.
getting it ready for the public.
You know, we just had a video shot of that Le Mans Heritage display. It's just absolutely incredible, the cars they've got in there. Don't forget, this year's Rolex Monterey Historic Motorsports event is celebrating the history with the legends of Le Mans. And a lot of them gathered there. In fact, the largest assemblage of Le Mans participants and winners ever in America in that special display. Kicking off the 100th anniversary of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Overall winners, class winners, several interesting or significant cars that have raced over the century. Not actual, these are actual cars from museums and private collections that forever etched their place in history. Arguably the largest such gathering of authentic Le Mans cars ever to be assembled in America. The display includes the very first Porsche entered in the 24 Hours. That was back in 1951. And the last Ferrari to win overall honors back in 1965.
Right now, we've got some Fords on the track. Right now, we see 4 cars out there. Saw a couple Cobras with passengers. They're doing a couple laps. Rolex Group 7, 1956 to 1971 Le Mans cars will be taken to the track at 11:35.
You got to get over and visit those cars in the display. As these cars do go out, some of them participate on track. You'll see some vacant spots. That's because the cars are on track or on grid ready for their event. But as soon as their race or demonstration is over, they'll come back into the heritage display.
Mic check, 1, 2, mic check.
So we've got some other things that are happening. We'll be keeping you appraised of. We have the 5-minute mark on track. Well, the 2 guys that were in the Cobras out there, I understand, was Jim Farley, CEO of Ford International, and the other one was Bill Ford, also known as Edsel Ford. So we had some Ford legacies on the track hanging out, and they're in the paddock, and that was so nice to know about that.
All ready to go back to racing with Group 7, 1956 to 1971 Le Mans cars. We expect 26 cars for this one. We'll start out with the front row, Armando.
Absolutely. We've got the number 1 in the number 1 position, Gunnar Jeanette, with the 1971 Porsche 908/3 prototype in blue. Next to him is the 44, Greg Gregory. That is a 1969 Chevron B16 in red.
Patrick Long starts third inside row 2, car 68, 1968 Porsche 911 TR, white in color. Timothy Pappas in car number 5, 1970 Porsche 914 6 GT, yellow in color, completes row 2.
And row 3 on the inside, the number 88 of PJ Hyatt. That's a 71 Porsche 911 Glocker ST in Conda green. Next to him is the 23 of Robert Kaufman with that 65 GT40 Ford in silver.
Fourth row on the inside, starting in 7th position, car number 146, the driver David Alvarado, 1972 Porsche 911 ST, blue in color, alongside an orange 1970 Porsche 911 ST driven by Ross Merrill, car 33.
Next, on the 5th row, we have the number 8 of William Connor. That's the 1973 Ferrari 365 GTB4 Daytona Coupe, competition Daytona in red. Next to him is the white 1971 Chevrolet Corvette. That's John Goodman driving the number 50.
Starting 11th is Edward Matsuishi in a 1967 Porsche 911 SR, red and yellow. That's car 81, alongside Robert Smalley in car 120, 1968 Porsche 911 L, white.
And row 7 on the inside, the number 77 of Randall Smalley. It's a 1969 Porsche 911S, orange and silver. Next to him is the red 1967 Porsche 911S of Andy Prill. That's the number 54.
1 minute warning has been given on pre-grid for the cars in race group 7. Starting in the 8th row, inside 15th position, number 37, Dave Hagan, 67 Porsche 910 2-liter, white and green, alongside George Calfo in car 71, 67 Porsche 911S, green and gold.
Row 9 on the inside, it's the 07 of Jeff Weiser. That is a 1969 Porsche 911T IMSA GTU in white and green. Next to him is the 77B of Kevin Buckley. That's a 67 Porsche 911S in yellow.
Inside the 10th row, 19th starting position, car number 7, Marnix Delanius, 1964 Alfa Romeo TZ, red and green. Completing the row, Hal Monheim in car number 97, starting 20th in a 1962 TVR Grand Tourer 3. That one is white.
We've got the 49 in row 11. That is Ransom Webster, 1961 Porsche Abarth Carrera, silver and orange. Next to him, the number 46 of Mitch McCullough, 1964 Alpine M64 in blue.
Row 12 inside, 23rd starter. Car number 2, Terry Cowan, the driver, a 1960 Austin Healey Sebring Sprite Coupe. That one is red. Completing the row in car 111, William Lyon, a 1963 Porsche 356, silver in color.
And in the final row of your 1956 to 1971 Le Mans, this is the 52 of Kevin Adair on the inside with that 1959 Lotus Elite in red. Next to him is the 38 of Qaid Marouf, is a 1960 Alfa Romeo SZ in white.
We do have one car down in the racing pit lane that did not come out. It's, I believe, car number 68. Not sure if it's a car from another group that was going to be allowed to come out for a hardship lap, but evidently that's not going to happen. because the 68 that's listed in this group is white, and that car down there is yellow. 68 scheduled to start third, Patrick Long in his Porsche. And they've decided not to release car number 68. Pace car leading the field down the hill, down the corkscrew. That 10-story drop. Gunnar Jeanette right behind the pace car, followed by Greg Gregory. Greg Gregory pulling up alongside now. The cars will form up in rows of 2. Lights out on the pace car as they come out of turn 9, heading down into 10. We're getting some video feed of the event, and we understand it will be available on either racer.com or the Goodwood channel if you would like to see video of the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion. Pace car leads him out of 10. And dives off just past the entrance and leaves it up to Gunnar Jeanette and Greg Gregory to lead him to the green flag. They're making the turn down at turn 11. Gunnar Jeanette in that light blue Porsche. Car number 1, he comes through. Jeanette, Gregory, third at 68 and 5. That's your top 4 as they cross the finish line. Keep your eye on Patrick Long in that 68 car. Very competitive driver, long-time factory Porsche driver. And Timothy Pappas in that 914.6 has been very quick all weekend. Jeanette is gone, and Long is up in the second spot. He got by Greg Gregory, probably going down into the Andretti hairpin. So a new second place car before you get into turn 2. Jeanette is out of here. He's in a different time zone already. We're halfway through the first lap. Jeanette all by himself coming out of turn 11. Up the start-finish straightaway. Completes the first lap. That 3.8 car, that white Alpha SZ, had pitted, then came back out, and the leader's about to gobble him up and put him a lap down.
So our top 5 is as follows. The number 1 of Gunnar Jeanette with the 71 Porsche 908 in blue. Second place, the 44 of Greg Gregory, who also was on the front row. The 1969 Chevron B16 in red. Third position is the 68 of Patrick Long with that 68 Porsche 911T/R in white. Fourth position, Timothy Pappas with that 1970 Porsche 914/6 GT in yellow. And the 88 of PJ Hyatt, that 71 Porsche 911 Glocker ST in Conda Green is your top 5.
And Jeanette has lapped that Alpha SC of Qaid Maroof. Greg Gregory with a pretty comfortable lead in second spot, but he can't even see Gunnar Jeanette anymore. Long dropping back some from Gregory, still in third spot. Here comes Pappas in fourth in that number 5 Porsche 914-6. Then it's the 88 of PJ Hyatt, that Conda Green Porsche 911 Glockler ST 2.5 liter car. This will be our last event on track before we get into our lunch break. And pretty long lunch break today, a good one as we conclude this race at noon. And we come back from lunch at 1:25. Our invocation national anthem will be at 1:15. We'll do that down on the pre-grid area, just down by turn 11. Introduce our Grand Marshal, have our anthem, color guard, before we get ready to kick off the first race of the afternoon at 1:20, which will be for race group 8. There will also be an Audi reveal with Tom Christensen, 12:45 to 1:15. That's going to be some on-track activity as well. But plenty to do at lunchtime with all the autograph sessions and stuff to look at, the heritage display, the Laguna Seca Museum, lots of places to eat, drink, and enjoy yourself.
Absolutely. This is the day. This is the big day. Just kind of the culmination of everything that's been going on since this last weekend. PJ Hyatt running in 5th place is being challenged by that number 8 William Connor 73 Ferrari 365 GTB4 Daytona competition. Red, it is coming after him. We'll see what happens.
And Gunnar Jeanette is lapping traffic already.
He's gone. Uh-oh, Patrick Long is in the pits. Excuse me, that was a different 6.8. 6.8 is still on track. That is Patrick Long in the 911 Porsche in white. We had a different Le Mans car out there for a hardship lap, just making sure everything's where it ought to be. The 81 of Edward Matsuishi with that 67 Porsche 911 S/R, red and yellow, in the pits right now. PJ Hyatt still holding off the advances of that number 8 car, that Ferrari.
It's a 275 GTB.
Being driven by William Connor.
Gunnar Jeanette continues to work his way through this field. He's probably lapped up close to top 11 or 12 cars as he works his way through the field. Extremely fast driver in an extremely fast car.
You know, some of these drivers have been driving so many classes between last weekend and here. They're probably going to be driving this course in their sleep for the next 2 weeks. Your race leader, Gunnar Jeanette, has lapped up to 8th place. He's broken into the top 10 going through this field like a hot knife through butter.
Putting on a driving clinic, actually. We haven't talked too much about Greg Gregory. He's pretty solidly in second spot in that 44 car, the 1969 Chevron V16. And Patrick Long in car number 68, the 68 Porsche 911T/R, white in color. He got up in the second for a while, and then Greg Gregory got back by him. Long got up there at the start. It was a good start, but Greg Gregory put him behind him in short order. Then Timothy Pappas in that number 5 Porsche 914-6 running in the 4th spot, followed by P.J. Hyatt in the number 88 Porsche, who's having a little bit of a battle with that Ferrari we talked about earlier, that 275 GTB. The 365 GTB, I stand corrected. It's a competition Daytona car. William Connor, car number 8. And Jeanette has just lapped Hyatt.
He's up to 5th position.
Just lapped 5th spot.
The 88 going by, that's your actual 5th position. 6th position is the number 8, that 365 GTB Ferrari, followed by the 23 Kaufman.
Next car for Gunnar Jeanette to overtake will be that yellow number 5, the Timothy Pappas 1970 Porsche 914-6.
You don't see too many of those 914s on the road anymore.
No, you don't. Well, 914-6 was a good race car, and you know, you see a lot. I've seen quite a few of them in vintage racing. Very competitive car. And now it looks like Gunnar Jeanette has lapped up to the 2nd place car, which would be the number 44 of Greg Gregory. He appears to be on his way to lapping the entire field. And the leader is working the last lap. Last lap for Gunnar Jeanette.
Car 1 taking the win, Gunnar Jeanette, with that 71 Porsche 908 blue, that baby blue.
And Jeanette lapped up to the 2nd place car.
And then in second position, we've got the 44 of Greg Gregory, who should be coming by here with that really nice looking 69 Chevron B16 in red. '68 of Patrick Long was in third position. That is a 911 T/R in white Porsche. Fourth place, the number 5 of Timothy Pappas with that 1970 914/6 GT Porsche in yellow. And the 88 of PJ Hyatt with that 1971 Porsche 911 Glocker ST in Conda green. At 120, we've got a real treat for you. 125, we've got the 1972 to 1982 Le Mans Rolex race, but we're going to be doing a Le Mans style start where they have been at the pre-grid at 120. We've got the Gordon Murray T50 exhibition at 12:35. The Audi reveal with Tom Christensen at 12:45. And then the invocation and national anthem. Dick Sisich will be down on the grid for that, and then we'll be kicking off the racing right afterwards. But right now, in the paddock, in 6 minutes, what we've got is this wonderful picnic in the paddock with Le Mans legends till 12:30. Plan your Saturday for a special stage presentation in the paddock with the legends of Le Mans happening in 6 minutes until 12:30. We've got 10-time 24-hour Le Mans legend and champion and our Grand Marshal, Tom Christensen. He'll be joined by 4-time winner Henri Pascarolo, John Morton, Pierre Fillon, and Peter Brock for a once-in-a-lifetime gathering of amusing stories. And maybe if they got a mic down there, people can fire a few questions at them. It's definitely worth checking out. It's one of the wonderful things that happen here. So here we are. It's 11:55. That'll be happening in 5 minutes. We'll be kind of quiet up here on the mic so we don't bleed over on those guys. And then we'll get everything rocking and rolling at 12:30 again and keep you back on track on all the action here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca.
Yeah, that invocation and national anthem and the presentation of Color by the Color Guard will be down in the pre-grid, which is at the turn 11 end of the pit row suites. And the drivers are actually going to run across the pavement and jump into the cars and get strapped in before they fire up and get away. So that's going to take place down there, not on the start-finish straightaway or in the normal racing pit lane. That'll be at 1:15.
And at 1:15, we've got Ali Falk from the Defense Language Institute that's going to be singing the national anthem. We got the Legends of Le Mans autograph session at 1:30 to 2 p.m. We got Horacio Pagani at the Pagani store in the Paddock Plaza is going to be signing autographs from 2 to 2:30. Pre-award ceremony and champagne toast. Orvis breaks at 5:15 to 5:45. And the prize giving ceremony at 5:45 to 7. And then it's movie night tonight, Ford versus Ferrari at the Haggerty Marketplace from 6 to 8 p.m. And then don't forget the Kids Fun Zone in the Haggerty Marketplace is happening.
Here I am with Steve Link, who is the owner and racer, crucially, of this fantastic Chevy Camaro to our right. Steve, do me a favor. Tell me a little bit about the car and obviously the significance of who first owned and raced it.
So this car was owned by the Westland family, and it was a project. Jack and his son did all the work on the car. They got the local Chevrolet dealership to give them some sponsorship money. The mother, the wife, was involved in the project also. And they did a number of local races up in the Pacific Northwest. And the reason I have the car is to join this historic Trans Am group. You have to have a race car from the day. It has to be an actual race car. You have to prove that. It has to have a minimum of 4 races. In the day, all the factories had pro teams. So all the world famous drivers, Chevrolet, Ford, Dodge, Plymouth, all of them. And it was race them on Sunday, sell them on Monday. So this brings to mind going to Riverside Raceway with my father, watching a Trans Am race. Nothing better. You think about, there were 40 of us in the group today. When we go out on the track, there was 40 cars. They all have roughly 500 horsepower. They're all open exhaust. So that's where the term ground pounder came. So when our group, everyone in the entire area knows when the historic Trans Am group is out. So it brings back the memories of the day. Very exciting. I think it's just as exciting for the spectators, because the racing, these are real cars that drove on the street. They're not tube frame custom race cars, with a body on them. So people can relate to that, and most of us, had a Camaro or a Mustang or a Dodge or something growing up. So everybody can relate to that. And then the group of fellas that race these cars, there's no money to win. So it's all outflow, no inflow. So we're there for the spirit and to have the fun and nostalgia and just the whole thing. And I've been doing it for about 10 years, and I love every second of it.
That's fantastic. So tell me then, with a field of 40 cars, which I think is the largest field here this weekend, what is it like on that run down into turn 1, and then of course the complex of 2 and 2A? How does that feel when you've got cars either side of you?
In a word, snug. So this is where you have to have your concentration down, and you hope that everyone around you has that same concentration. Now, what we do is, if someone in the group is being irresponsible and being too aggressive, we ask them not to come back. And that generally deters people, because, what are you going to get to replace this? I don't know.
That's right. I feel like these cars should be enjoyed and preserved. So as much as it's lovely to see them being raced, nobody wants to see a wreck.
No, we don't, and we don't want to pay for a wreck, and we don't want to get hurt. None of us want to get hurt. The nice thing is the safety with the roll cage and the belts and everything is very solid. So it's really rare that we have anyone get hurt. We do get a fender bender here and there, what we like to refer to as a racing incident, yes, where it's a little ding and somebody, maybe gotten some oil, or maybe they just made a little judgment error. But all in all, we trust each other. We get to know each other, and we get invited to other places as a group.
Really?
Yes. Road America.
Oh, wow.
Watkins Glen. Sebring. We've been to all of those places. We were invited to the Detroit Grand Prix during the pandemic to be the undercard for IndyCar, but of course that got canceled. Yes. We have raced on the undercard at the Long Beach Grand Prix. That was 4 years ago. We did the undercard for NASCAR at Sears Point in Sonoma. So, it's magic.
It's a traveling band of brothers who all just want to see these cars celebrated and enjoyed and preserved.
It's a bunch of crazy guys, right?
That's one way to put it.
That's a bunch of crazy guys. None of us play golf. We just sit in the car and go fast, safely.
Well, I think that is a fantastic way to spend your money. Who needs golf clubs when you can enjoy a fantastic classic race car like this? Steve and all of his compatriots will be racing again tomorrow, so make sure to tune in and check out that classic Trans Am race tomorrow.
All right, in the paddock, we have wrapped up our autograph session, our lunch event with all those wonderful drivers. Now, we'll be going to trackside live very shortly. We're still on lunch right now. We have Lexus VIP pace car laps going on. 12:35, we're going to have the Gordon Murray 250 exhibition. We're going to have an Audi reveal at 12:45 with Tom Christensen. And at 1:15, the Invocation and National Anthem. 1:20, Le Mans style starts in the back paddock before they get on track. That should be fun. And at 1:25, we go live with Group 8 of our afternoon session from 1972 to 1982. Le Mans Rolex.
Yeah, that start is going to be an Invocation, Color Guard, Anthem, and all that's going to be down on pre-grid around the corner at turn 11 down by the pit road suites, and we're actually going to wave a flag. The drivers are going to have to sprint across and jump into their cars. It's going to be quite interesting to watch. My thanks to John Norman, driver of the number 333 Alpha here this weekend. He just stopped up in the booth and lent us a couple of old San Francisco region programs, one from Stockton in 1965 and one from the one and only Oakland Grand Prix that took place on the airport runways while the airport was being constructed. I turned a couple of pages, saw my name in there, racing my old Morgan. So thank you very much, John. And looking at all the names of the officials brings back a lot of memories from that era. We're talking about 60 years ago, and it's a great time. And a lot of these people are still around today, including me, of course.
Yeah, I saw a couple of familiar names on there that have raced this track for some of the vintage events. Just wanted to give you a reminder that the kids zone and the go-karts are open on the island. I can see the Ferris wheels going. There's fresh barbecue, tri-tip, ribs, and hot dogs, pulled pork, and candy for the kids out there. And don't forget today, 5:45, the prize-giving ceremony here at the paddock by the stage. 5:45, and all the public is invited to attend. Love to see you there. That makes it all worthwhile. Don't forget, folks, we got the autograph session today at 1:30. Saturday, 1:30 in the paddock. We have the Legends autograph session. And the other autograph session will be having the final one for Peter Brock at 2:30 to 3:30 p.m. Meet Peter Brock at the BRE and Aero Vault Trailer Exhibit Tent at the South End Merchant Row for a good story, autographs. Pick up one of his books, get it autographed. Remember, this is the guy who designed the iconic 1963 Stingray Corvette, as well as the Daytona Coupe that won the 1964 24-hour Le Mans and the 65 FIA World GT Championship. He's got a lot to say. It'll be the last chance to catch him this weekend, 2:30 to 3:30.
You know, you mentioned the prize giving or award ceremony at the end of the day that everyone's invited. Orbis Brakes will host a pre-award ceremony, trophy display, and wet champagne toast prior to its presentation of the Stellar Performance and Braking Award today between 4:45 and 5:45 at the Orbis Brakes booth located in the paddock across from the Le Mans Heritage Display. Lift a glass to a deserving winner from the 2020 Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion, courtesy of Orbis Brakes.
Oh, that's going to be interesting to see who would win that award. I don't know. I mean, we still have some racing going on now, but I mean, from what I've seen this morning, I have one or two potential candidates.
Yeah,
I won't mention names.
It's a new award that they've signed up to present each year for the best braking and acceleration move during the course of the weekend's racing activity here at the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion. The first award is going to go to Alex Zanardi, who made the pass back in 1996 on the last lap at the top of the hill, diving inside of Brian Herta and ran off the exit of the corner, threw over the curbs and stuff and got it back down and ended up winning that IndyCar race. In fact, I was up on top of the hill and made the call on that because we had announcers all around the track at that time, not just in one location, because it was long before we did any TV coverage around the track like they do today.
Well, it'd be the old thing of tossing it off to the other, you know, one announcer handled turns 1 through, say, 5. The other one handled 5 through top of the corkscrew, and somebody handled the back chute coming down the corkscrew.
Exactly. We just passed it around. We talked the cars and the action all the way on the track while it was happening. You know, you're talking about all the autographs, and at 1:30 today, you can meet the Le Mans legends in a very special autograph session. Luminaries such as Tom Christensen, our Grand Marshal, Henri Pescarolo, John Morton, Lynn St. James, Jochen Moss, Peter Brock, Marky Smith-Haas, Pierre Fillon, and Scott Atherton. Bring your souvenir program or poster for this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. 1:30 today at the paddock stage.
And tomorrow, Sunday, you are welcome to visit the Pagani store in the Paddock Plaza near the Hospitality Building and celebrate with the Pagani family the year of the R. Enjoy one-of-a-kind displays of more than 20 Pagani cars, and don't miss the chance to meet the founder and chief designer of Pagani, Mr. Horacio Pagani himself, for an autograph signing session in just a few minutes. That's going to be tomorrow at the Paddock Plaza. That's going to be during the Community Day and the Corkscrew Hill Climb. Don't forget tomorrow, witness history in the making. It is the first ever Corkscrew Hill Climb and Community Day. You'll see race cars and other invited cars to race reverse course and go up the corkscrew until finish. There'll be music, fun in the paddock. Also feature a collection of the Pagani hypercars we were talking about. The Ferris wheel and the go-karts will be running. The Corkscrew Hill Climb and Community Day is the new fun way to wind down Monterey Car Week. Now from 12:30 to 12:45, we've got the T50 exhibition taking place. And after that, at 12:45, we got the Audi reveal with Tom Christensen. 3 cars. Tom Christensen will be leading. We have 2 cars following, so always something great to see here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Got 3 cars on track right now. It's the Audi reveal lap, sadly going on till about 1:15. At 1:15, my cohort here, Dick Sisich, will be introducing a color guard, and they will march in position. We will do the intro invocation, introduce our national anthem singer, do the national anthem, and get going with this afternoon's programs. And at the pre-grid area, it'll be fun. Group 8, that is the 1972 to 1982 Le Mans Rolex race, will be doing a Le Mans style start in the back paddock, so that'll be worth watching if you can make your way over there outside of between turns 10 and 11 along the wall where the racers have been lining up, getting ready to go out on track. Don't forget, at 1:30, we've got our autograph session here in the paddock with some fantastic Le Mans legends here. That'll be taking place from 1:30 to 2 p.m. 2:30 to 3:30, Peter Brock will be having his autograph session at his trailer. Don't forget, you can get into the paddock area and get to the store and get your swag, as well as the beautiful, beautiful race program, full color photography for the race program for this weekend's events. This commemorative program is definitely worth keeping on the coffee table, and it features the artwork of Kelly Telfer, who is the artist for this weekend's event. He is doing the poster that you can get inside the paddock store, as well as the cover of this year's Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion program. And be sure to visit the Café Le Mans 65th Anniversary Laguna Seca Museum. Amid all the race cars in the paddock, enjoy the special features like the Le Mans Legends display presented by Motul, and features the largest collection of Le Mans winning race cars ever assembled in America. It's a fantastic display. Group 8, racers for Group 8. 1972 to 1982 Le Mans Rolex race. It's going to be starting at 1:25. We need you at the pre-grid as we are having additional festivities of the Le Mans style start. So Group 8, 1972 to 1982 Le Mans competitors, we need you at the pre-grid. Now's the time to make sure you experience the many companies exhibiting in the Haggerty Marketplace just across the bridge, where you'll find all sorts of cool items. There's also a go-kart track, kids zone, and adult craft beers, and a relaxing wine pavilion to taste some of Monterey County's favorite beverages. In 25 minutes, we will be having a true Le Mans style start with drivers running across the parking lot, jumping in, tying down, adjusting their straps, and getting rolling. So that's something that you don't see every day. You certainly don't see it on this continent. It's not done for the endurance racing in North America. So, you know, after you get your beverage and you get your food and put on your sunblock and make sure you're staying good and hydrated, we want you to mosey on over there now. You can take your time because that's not going to be happening for about, 25 minutes, 24 minutes. But it's definitely worth seeing. It's going to add some more excitement for the day, and they're going to put on a show like that to keep you entertained.
We need those cars for race group 8 to pre-grid now. 1972 to 1982 Le Mans cars. Cars in race group 8. Bring your cars to pre-grid now, please.
If you have any minor first aid needs, the First Aid Center is located in the building just outside the paddock near the ticket office. Enjoy your visit, and please stay safe and healthy.
We need the cars for Rolex Race Group 8, 1972 to 1982 Le Mans cars to the pre-grid. Group 8 cars, pre-grid now, please.
All right, it's 12:58, and we're sitting up here in the booth just kind of killing time, looking at a few things, and you never know who moseys on in here, and we happen to have Mike Joy just strolled up here. He did what we call the Laguna Stairmaster, climbed up the stairs, huffing and puffing a little bit. And in case you haven't noticed him, he's been having a lot of fun out there with his son in the historic Trans Am this weekend. Mike, good to see you.
Thanks, Armando. It's a wonderful event, and of course, historic Trans Am's a wonderful class. The people that own and maintain and drive these 1966 to 72 Trans Am cars, like many of the vintage groups, we all like to paddock together. We all celebrate and party together and debrief together. We all look at each other's cars and make sure nobody's getting too far away from what things were like in 1970 together. Yep. And our idea of a good time is to not yard the field. If somebody gets well out in front, you need to get everybody together, have a lot of position changes, and a lot of great racing.
That's wonderful. I can remember the first time I saw this group of cars assembled. I think it was 92, and it was at what was called Sears Point Raceway at the time, and it was 30 of the cars, and a relative of mine I ended up helping him out with, and it was the number 16 Fulmer car. And so we worked on that, and afterwards they got in on the road and drove all the way into Sebastiani Winery and rumbled through downtown Sonoma. and I was riding a quarter mile behind him with the Harley with an uncapped header, and I had to shift by the tack because I couldn't even feel or hear the bike because everything around me was shaking from those 30 cars just rumbling down the highway with a police escort. It was awesome.
Well, that's part of the fun. You know, those 5-liter V8s make a lot of noise. The cars are all cars that everybody remembers, either from their young adulthood or their childhood. And it's just fun to slide them around here and go wheel to wheel, trade positions back and forth, and have everybody enjoy the group.
Well, and some of us who are old enough to have done this, you know, we've restored some cars and sold them, and we walk through the paddock and go, oh, God, I sold one of those. Oh, I gave away one of those.
Now, Armando, we sold all those cars for a good reason, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
Yes.
I know, I'm a grandpa. Yada,
no regrets.
Yada, yada. But it is fun to come here and see this, and it's fun to participate in it and just see the lineage of these cars, who's worked on them, who built them, crew chiefs, everything. Those Bud Moore cars were phenomenal. The Javelins are great. So it's just always will somehow strike a chord with somebody emotionally down the old memory bank.
Well, and we hope so. We're getting younger drivers into the class. I think the youngest in our group is 23. And that's, I think, fantastic for the next generation of people to appreciate historic Trans Ams. So that is Race Group 12. They will be on track at 3:55 p.m. Give us a wave as we go by, because we love to entertain you.
No, it's fun. It's fun. We're looking forward to it, Mike. So what else is going on with you? Everything.
Well, I just bumped into Craig Jackson. We're headed for the next Barrett-Jackson. That's in Houston in October. And right now, NBC is finishing up their half of the NASCAR season. The playoffs will begin in 2 weeks.
You bet.
And then we will pick it back up again on Fox with the Daytona 500. So
awesome.
Very busy.
Busy, man. Well, thank you for carving out some time to play and have fun and, you know, take a little trip down memory lane and entertain the crowd and be part of this fantastic event.
Well, thank you. And if anybody out there is an expert on Saginaw power steering circa 1970, would you stop by row D, space number 1? We'd love to talk to you.
Sounds great. Mike Joy, everybody. All right, that was fun having our wonderful commentator for NASCAR, Mike Joy, here. He's been on the track. He's been having a great time. And that's the good part about this facility. You never know who's going to stop by sometime. We had Ralph Shaheen here the other day. It's great to see all the people that pop in and out. Okay, it is 1:05. In approximately 5 minutes, we'll be having the Le Mans style start with Group 8 outside of the pit wall in turn 11 in the paddock. If you are in the paddock, you've got 5 minutes to make your way over there and see a bit of racing history. These guys will be doing a Le Mans style start at 1:20. Excuse me, that's in 15 minutes. So get your beverage, get your sunblock, get on over there, check it out. And that's going to be right before this group takes off for their race at 1:25. Don't forget, we've also got the invocation, the national anthem. I believe Ali Falk is singing the national anthem again. Fantastic voice. It'll be great. Don't forget, folks, Orbis Brakes will host a pre-award party, trophy display, and Moet Champagne toast prior to its presentation of the stellar performance in braking award today between 4:45 and 5:45 at the Orbis Brakes booth located in the paddock across from the Le Mans Heritage display. Lift a glass to a deserving winner of the 2020 Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion, courtesy of Orbis Brakes. The Laguna Seca Safety Foundation has been focused on financing capital improvements and infrastructure upgrades at the WeatherTech Raceway since its inception in 2002. The public charity continues to do great things to ensure this beautiful racetrack will thrive for years to come. Visit the foundation team in their display located in the Pit Row Suite garages to donate, and please visit Laguna Seca Raceway Foundation.org. One of the things they're doing is they have spearheaded the effort to make sure that that bridge there on the start-finish line is going to be replaced, and also they are repaving, getting everything up to spec and getting everything pretty here, repaving the entire race facility after the last race of the year here. 9 minutes till the Le Mans start outside of turn 11 for Group 8, 1972 to 1982 Le Mans Rolex race.
Hey, Armando, it's getting busy down here as the cars are getting lined up for the first ever Le Mans type start here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. The cars are lined up. The drivers will be across the pavement from the cars, and on signal will run across, jump into the cars, get belted in, and get ready to go out on track for their race. We're just moments away now from opening ceremonies. They'll get underway at about 1:15.
All right, Dick, sounds pretty exciting. If you're looking for great auto insurance coverage at an affordable price, talk to the folks at Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on your car insurance. Find out what Geico can do for you at geico.com.
If you're not already here, you should come down this way to see the first ever actual Le Mans type start at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. The cars are all lined up in pre-grid, and the drivers are lined up across from the cars. When they get the signal and the flag waves, they will run across the pavement and dive into the cars, belt in, and get ready to go out on track and line up behind the pace car for their race. So our first race of the afternoon, race Group 8, 1972 to 1982 Le Mans cars. Waiting now for all the positioning. The drivers are lining up across from the cars, helmets on, ready to go. We're just moments away from opening ceremonies. Our color guard today cements the long ties with the U.S. military, as part of the park is built on the former military base Fort Ord. We honor those who have served and continue to serve, and welcome the Defense Language Institute Foreign Language Center as they present our nation's colors. Color Guard is marching into position. Again, welcome to the Defense Language Institute Foreign Language Center as they present our nation's colors. And now let me introduce Father Ron Shirley, who will give our invocation today. Father Shirley.
Great God, we are so thankful to be here today. We've all been through so much these past pandemic years. We pray that we continue to respect each other and our beautiful environment, especially this Monterey Peninsula. Bless this WeatherTech Raceway at Laguna Seca. Keep safe these drivers and their crews and all the fans and staff who work so hard to put this on. May this be a celebration that brings joy and fun into our lives. Amen.
Thank you, Father Ron Shirley. And now let me introduce our anthem singer, certainly no stranger to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, a Santa Cruz native, University of California, Santa Cruz graduate with a bachelor's degree in physics and music, Allie Falk. Allie sings the national anthem at various school events, dirt tracks, and is always a welcome voice here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Allie?
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Color Guard now marching back into position as we get ready for another national anthem in celebration of the 100 years of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. as the drivers get ready to run across the field and into their cars. Ollie Falk will now sing the French national anthem. Ollie?
Allons enfants de la patrie, le jour de gloire est arrivé. Contre nous de la tyrannie, l'étendard sanglant élevé, l'étendard sanglant élevé. Entendez-vous de la campagne mugir ces féroces soldats? Ils viennent jusque dans nos bras, égorger vos fils, vos campagnes, aux armes citoyens, formez vos bataillons, marchons, marchons, car sans épée, abrève nos sillons.
Ollie Falk, thank you very much. That was brilliant. Now we have someone special that will be getting things underway. To get things started, and now let me introduce the gentleman that will be waving the French flag in the Le Mans tradition, the president of the ACO, Mr. Pierre Fillon. Flag waves and drivers are running across the pavement into their cars. They're diving in. Then they're going to make sure everyone is bolted in and strapped in before they move the cars to the pre-grid. First ever Le Mans style start at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. We hear engines already firing as the cars are getting ready to come out on track. They'll line up in pre-grid behind the pace car before they go around the track for their pace laps. Crews working with them to make sure the drivers are properly strapped in to their automobiles before they're released to go out on track. But it's great to see the drivers run across the pavement and dive into their cars, jumping over the sides.
We are almost at the 1 minute mark here. This is Group 8, 1972, 1982 Le Mans. Dick Sisich giving us some great coverage there from turn 11. The overhead shot is amazing. We have 25 cars in this field.
Looks like everybody's just about in their cars and strapped in and ready to go. Crews checking and making sure that all drivers are ready. Helmets are on. Looking now at the pole sitter in the number 98 car. He's strapped in. You can hear engines in the background starting to rev as the pole sitter's just now putting his helmet on, tightening up the straps in his shoulder harness as we are getting ready to send these cars from pre-grid out to the racing pit lane behind the pace car for their pace laps before their race starts. Going to be racing for the rest of the afternoon with groups 8 through 14. You can hear these engines come to life.
And our Grand Marshal, our guest Grand Marshal, practicing his flag wave.
An absolute first here at the Laguna Seca Raceway, where we're having a Le Mans start to mark the centenary of the Le Mans 24-hour race. Enjoy the race coming up next.
Around the track for their pace lap. Crews working with
Lola T298 is the 1978 Forest Green. Next to him, Jim Davenport, number 23, with that 1976 Chevron B36 red and black. Charles Nierberg, number 31, in the third position with that 1976 Chevron B36 in white. Second row, fourth position, the 00, Tom Pappas with the 1977 Porsche 934.5 in black. Ken Epsman, number 20, with that 1976 Decon Monza in red. Thomas Grudovich with the sixth position, number 12, 1972 Chevron B21/23 in orange. John Fudge, 42A, in the seventh position with that 1973 Chevron B23 yellow and white. Ranson Webster in the number 42 car in the eighth position with the 1976 Porsche 935 K3 pink and white. In the ninth position, number 64 Martin Lauber with that 1976 Porsche 911 RSR Special IMSA GTO in red. Zach Brown rounding out the first 10, number 18 with a 1981 935 Porsche blue and yellow. The cars are starting to come out on the field. Position number 11, car number 10, that is the 1975 Porsche RSR in white of Alan Turpins. The number 94 behind him in the 12th position, sixth row, the 1979 Porsche 935 K3 in yellow, Carlos de Quesada. And the number 3 in the 13th position, Richard Goldsmith with that 76 Decon Monza 5.5 liter in orange. Alan Benjamin, number 61, in the 14th position with that 1975 Porsche RSR in white. 44 is in the 15th position. That's Mark Leonard with that 79 Triumph TR8, white and green. And the number 41 in the 16th position, that's the 73 Porsche RSR, Albert blue and yellow. Row 9, that is number 52, the 1974 Porsche RSR in green. Steve Schmidt, driver 18 with that 93 is his number, 76 Porsche 935 K3 in yellow. Steve Walker in the 19th position, car number 48, and that is the 1975 BMW 2002 blue, orange, yellow, and red. In the 20th position, 10th row, that is the 39 of Dennis Singleton with the 1974 Porsche RSR in green. And on the 11th row, the number 103, Thor Johnson, driving that 1974 BMW CSL in white. Next to him in the 22nd starting position, the number 51, that 1972 BMW 3.0 CSL in white, that is Scott Hughes. 12th row inside, the number 152 of Lee Hauer. It's the 1974 Porsche 911 Carrera 3.0 RS in white. Adam Carolla, number 70 in the 24th starting position, row 12, number 70 in that 1979 Porsche 935 in red. And wrapping up this entire field of the 1972 to 1982 Group 8 Le Mans is the number 2 of Thomas Plusinski with that 1980 BMW M1 IMSA white and BMW maroon. Meanwhile, Dick is making his way back up here. We've got Lola, Chevron, Porsche, Decon Monza. We've got Triumph, BMW, a nice wide variety of machinery, a true representation of Le Mans race cars. Lights are out on the pace car, indicating that they will be coming in when they come down the hill. This is our first of afternoon races. We thank you all for being here. We think it's a tremendous event. You guys make it happen. They're coming at turn 10, turn 11. They're about to get the green flag when they hit that start. After turn 11, let them hear you when they come by. Drown out those cars, everybody. Pace cars in. Leaving turn 10, they're dropping into 11. They're looking for Tom Christensen to wave that green flag. This is a strange place for him to be on the opposite side of that flag. He's usually on that front pole. And they're rocking it. It looks like it's the 23 of Jim Davenport getting ahead of the 98 James Farley. Oh man, and jumping on the outside, it looks like it's the 68 car. Trying to get a good viewpoint on it. Pack is already spreading out. This is 25 cars in this field. Next group up will be Le Mans Legends, 2 o'clock. The Le Mans Legends will be at the start line. At 1:30, we've got Le Mans Legends autograph session. So there is a lot of stuff going on both inside the paddock and on the track. Camera looks up the hill. We have a different leader. It is a yellow Le Mans car coming down the hill, way ahead of Jim Davenport and James Farley, the number 23 and the number 98. Let's see who this is when they come out of 11. So we have got the number 68 out front. Number 68 car out front, not on my sheet. I will get that information to you as soon as I possibly can. Second place is the number 23. That is the red and black Jim Davenport 76 Chevron B36, followed by the 98 James Farley with that 1978 Lola T298 in forest green, followed by the 31 of Charles Neerberg. That is a 76 Chevron B36 in white. The 00 of Tim Pappas with that 77 Porsche 934.5 in black, and it looked like the 70 right behind them. Nope, excuse me, that was the 20 of Ken Epsman. That's that red 76 Decon Monza with the Budweiser livery painted on it. Okay, well, we do have the celebrity up front, it looks like. It is the number 68 of Dario Franchitti in that 68 car out front, followed by the 23 of Jim Davenport with that red and black Chevron B36, followed by the 98 of James Farley. Jim's been doing a good job today, having all kinds of fun out there with that forest green 78 Lola, followed by the 31 of Charles Neerberg. That's a 76 Chevron B36 in white. 00 of Tim Pappas with that 77 Porsche 934.5. And the 20 of Ken Epsman with that Decon Monza in the Budweiser livery, number 19, excuse me, it is the 1976. It is number 20. 68, Dario Franchitti still on point and pulling away. Second place now, the 98 of Jim Farley, followed by the 23 of Jim Davenport. It looks like the 20 Decon Monza is chasing down the 00 of Tim Pappas as they go through turns 2 and entering 3. The Monza going on the inside. They're getting awfully cozy with each other there, but no, it doesn't look like Epsman is letting go of Pappas on that. Our leader, number 68, starting to lap some of the back markers.
Epsman battling with that Porsche, trying to work his way into the top 5. That 00 car is the 5th place car. Epsman would dearly love to get around him. Tim Pappas in that 77 Porsche 934.5. That's the black 00 car.
Franchitti in that 68 car trying to get around people. He's just passed 3 people between the starting bridge and turn 1. He's got some clear track and he will obviously make some ground.
Yeah, Pappas in that 00 car. That's an ex-Interscope racing car. Ted Field, Danny on Gas, or as he was known, Danny on the Gas in his drag racing days before he got into sports cars. He also competed at Indy, so Danny on Gas is a very talented driver in multiple driver fields.
We got car number 12. That is 1-2 going into the back paddock area. That is Thomas Grudovich with that 1972 Chevron B21/23 in orange. Your race leader, Franchitti, going by the start-finish line. Number 68. Number 98 coming by, followed by the 23. That is Jim Farley, followed by Jim Davenport. That's a Lola and a Chevron. 31 going by, Charles Nierberg. And it's still the battle. Tim Pappas with that 00 Porsche trying to hold off the number 20, that Decon Monza of Ken Epsman.
Epsman's a determined guy, so he's going to hound Pappas in that black 00 Porsche. He wants to move by him and then go after the 4th place car, number 31 of Charles Nierberg in that Chevron B36.
It is still Franchitti way out in front, ahead of the 98 of Jim Farley, followed by the 23 of Jim Davenport. '31 coming by, that's Charles Neerberg with that 76 Chevron B36.
Oh,
Tom
Pappas.
still trying to hold off the charges of Ken Epsman with that number 20.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting in turn one. Franchitti working his way through traffic in that 68 car. Very, very comfortable lead. Just now going under the Michelin tire bridge that takes you over the track into the Haggerty Marketplace.
And we still have the 00 trying to hold off the advances of Ken Epsman with that number 20, that red Budweiser painted Decon Monza, but the Porsche is starting to get a little loose. We saw it coming down the hill, kind of fishtailing a bit.
Epsman applying the pressure. Nine laps are complete. No change in the order. Still Franchitti leading James Farley in the Lola, and he's followed by the 23 of Jim Davenport, the Chevron. Then it's the 31 car of Charles Neerberg, the Chevron, and 00 Tim Pappas in a Porsche, and 20 Ken Epsman in the Monza. Evidently, we've got some oil over in turns 4 and 5. Surface flag will be displayed. We're trying to find out who the culprit was. We're going double yellow, standing double yellow. Pace car will come out. This is going to wrap it because we are that close to the end of this event. We'll have time for maybe 1-2 laps with the pace car, and it'll be over.
It looks like it was the number 2 that was leaking oil. Thomas Blusinski with the 1980 BMW M1 IMSA.
So Tim Pappas pulls into the pits and surrenders his 5th position. Evidently had trouble with that car. This moves Epsman up to 5th and the number 20 Decon Monza. Checkered flag is out for Dario Franchitti. He takes the checker for the victory. Franchitti in that number 68 car. Waiting now for the second place car, which should be Jim Farley, 98, the 78 Lola T298. He'll be followed by the number 23 of Jim Davenport, 76 Chevron, then the 31 of Charles Neerberg, also in a Chevron, and Ken Epsman in car number 20, the 1976 Decon Monza. Unofficially, that's your top 5. Well, we're marching through the program and through the weekend here at the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion. We've got Le Mans Legends Exhibition coming out on track next for 25 minutes. Then the Champions Cup Lexus pace car rides. And we close out the day with 4 more groups after that. Then it's the prize giving that'll take place in the paddock by the paddock stage, and everyone is invited. Please come out and join us for the prize giving and awards ceremony that takes place after the last race here today. It's right in front of the Le Mans stage. Everyone is invited. Everyone is welcome to the prize giving at the end of the afternoon's racing.
It's not every day you get to meet your heroes, and sometimes they say you shouldn't. Well, that is certainly not the case with the man I'm standing here next to, Mr. Jackie Ickx. Thank you very much for joining us. I wanted to ask, what does it mean to you to be here kicking off the centenary celebration of the Le Mans 24-hour race?
I think there are 2 aspects on that. First, in a way, is the miracle of to have 100 years of Le Mans. It's fantastic because in life, not often you have stories that goes that long. The second part is being in Laguna Seca. We are together. It's a shared time between different types of passion. Car collectors, owners, drivers, spectators, volunteers, because the world doesn't work if you don't have any volunteers. So it's just fascinating, and being surrounded by drivers like Tom Christensen, for example, who had 9 Le Mans win, and who is the ambassador of the 100 years for Le Mans. It's just fascinating, and as you can see, everyone smiles, everybody is happy, the sunshine. What else?
Well, I must say, on behalf of all the racing fans here, I have to thank you for coming out. You know, 6-time winner yourself. That's a huge deal for us to see you here representing the sport still. Now, my second question was, there are a lot of great race cars this year, but for me, the main focus has to be that tent over there, which features 46 cars that won or had a class win at Le Mans.
Yes.
Did you pilot any of the cars in that tent?
Well, there is one of them, is the GT14 number 6 that I drove more than 50 years ago, and it's a 2 times winner of Le Mans. But as you said, to have been able to reunite it, about 50 cars, I think, or maybe a little bit more, it's just fascinating on one of the most legendary races.
It really is. Well, Jackie, thank you very much. And Jackie, Tom, lots of other Le Mans legends will be here with us for the rest of the day. So please, if you're down, come on by, say hello. I know they'd love to hear from you.
Thank you.
This weekend has been a celebration of all things Le Mans. We're celebrating the history with the legends of Le Mans, those special cars that have been curated by Motel. All those cars were involved in the 24 hours of Le Mans in the first 100 years. This is the 100th anniversary, and we're helping them celebrate that this year here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. The earliest car in that display is a 1929 Bentley Speed 6. This particular car was the 1929 and 1930 overall winner. The newest car is the 2016 Ford GT-LM that won its class in 2016. But you've got overall winners, class winners, participants, some very interesting cars, including a couple of Briggs Cunninghams, one of the Cadillacs that he ran over there, a Cadillac sedan basically, and Le Monster, a car that he built up. Just incredible to see all these cars here. Happy to see they're still around. They have come from museums, private collections, all gathered here. The largest gathering of Le Mans cars in America ever, and it probably will never be duplicated again. So stop by and look at those cars. Read the storyboards on them, the history. Just absolutely incredible to get all those cars collected in one place. Golden opportunity to look at this history that goes back 100 years. Speaking about old cars, you should go over and take a look at the display by the Ragtime Racers. Those cars were out earlier today for an exhibition run before our lunch break. They always do a great job, and they've got some unbelievable cars over there, plenty of storyboards. And drivers, owners happy to answer questions for you and tell you a little bit more about their cars, even let you take pictures with the cars. Some of them may let you sit in the car. But go over and give them a look. These are the Ragtime Racers right next to the Newman Building, adjacent to the Cruisin' Cafe. This is the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion. Don't forget, at the end of the day at 5:45, there will be prize giving for all the activity here this weekend, and everyone is invited, not just the participants, but spectators and all. Please join us for the prize giving award ceremonies by the paddock stage in the pits. You are all welcome to be there and participate in the celebration at the culmination of WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca's salute to the 100th anniversary of the 24 Hours of Le Mans, the world's greatest endurance race. Next up on our schedule is Group 9 Le Mans Legends Exhibition. And we understand that the president of the ACO, Mr. Pierre Fillon, will be a passenger in one of the cars that comes out for those exhibition runs. We'll get you more information on that. That'll be followed by more groups of racing, Group 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14. And that will conclude the day and the weekend at the 2022 Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion. Prize giving starts at 5:45. Everyone is welcome. Please join us. Well, and a warning has been given to the cars in Race Group 9, the Le Mans Legends Exhibition. Those cars will be coming out, touring the course. 20-minute session. As I mentioned, the president of the ACO, Mr. Pierre Fillon, will be a passenger in one of the cars out there for that exhibition. One of the Porsche 935s, I understand. We've got a video shot of the cars lined up down on pre-grid, ready to come out. Pace car will lead them out and around. Looking through the video shot, it looks like they've even got Le Monster down there. That's that huge car built by Briggs Cunningham that he competed at Le Mans. The French dubbed it Le Monster because it was a big car, and you'll see it when it comes out for this exhibition. Under a minute before the cars are released to come out for their exhibition. This is Group 9, Le Mans Legends Exhibition. Get a close-up look at that Le Mans there. If you don't see it going around, you can see it back in the Le Mans Heritage display at the completion of their exhibition. Those cars will go back into the display for the remainder of the day. Just an unbelievable car. Big. Imagine thundering down the Le Mans straight in that. Cars will come out in 2 groups, and there'll be a pace car for each group, a fast group, and a slower group. Some of the older cars.
Okay, so we've got on track right now Group 9, which is the exhibition group, Le Mans Legend Exhibition.
Cars are coming out on course. There are 2 groups. There is the main group, then there is a slower group, and each group has its own pace car that will lead them around. It's basically a lead and follow situation. As I mentioned earlier, the president of the ACO, Pierre Fillon, is a passenger in one of the 935s that's out there. Give them all a wave as they come by wherever you are around this 2.238 mile circuit here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca.
Wasn't that number 18 a Pescarolo? We have cars out here from every era of Le Mans racing.
There goes the Le Mans stair up the racing pit lane now. That
You've got to see this
lap-sided white car. He's followed by a Ferrari and a Mercedes. Then it's an Aston Martin behind him. Ferrari GTO. And it looks like a Testarossa next in line. Just an incredible assortment of cars.
And at 2:35, Group 10 will be taken to the track. That is the Le Mans prototype and GT1 Rolex race from 1981 to 2005.
Just an incredible assortment of automobiles. A chance to see these cars come to life. Some of them probably haven't turned a wheel on a racetrack in half a century or more. Not sure what year that Le Mans there was. It's got to be back in the 50s or 60s.
It looks like a tank out there.
Yeah, Briggs Cunningham commissioned that car. There goes Le Mans there.
It just looks like a boat.
It does, yeah. I don't think it'll float though. It looks a little heavy.
Like a 300 CL going by. I love some of these early Le Mans cars that have the big belt over the top, like the like your old Morgan used to.
Give a wave to these cars when they come by. Show your appreciation for the owner's drivers to bring them out here and put them on the track so you can hear those sights and sounds and smell the Castrol. These cars that competed at Le Mans in the first 100 years.
So So the autograph session was going extremely well outside. They had a nice long line of people. Everybody sitting in the shade, very good mood. Everyone getting their wonderful commemorative poster, their Kelly Telford poster signed, as well as their program with his artwork on the cover.
We've got one car waving the pace car in the field around it. Must be one of the slower cars. A Porsche car number 46. You know, one thing I learned in looking at some of these notes, the first Porsche ever entered at the 24-hour of Le Mans was in 1951. And the last Ferrari to win overall honors was in 1965. And the Ford GT40 put a stop to that the following year.
Yep. You know, one of the interesting questions that when I had Ron Fellows' interview earlier is I told him my girlfriend and I were watching Ford versus Ferrari last night. And you know, one of the questions she asked me, she goes, how do they maintain their focus with that kind of fatigue? And Ron was really good to elaborate on that. And his thing was just cycling his exercise, because it turns out he wasn't born in 59, he was born in 57. And he's in tremendous shape, but one of the things he was talking about is when he starts getting ready for endurance racing, he trains in the same way he does his car stints. If he's going for 90 minutes at a time, he does his exercise for 90 minutes at a time, whether it's cardio in the morning and then doing weight training and then core from all the G-force, from everything pulling you left, right, left, right, left, right.
There's a lot of people that still don't think that drivers are athletes, but boy, are they mistaken.
And like he was talking about, maintaining your focus in the rain and in those type of conditions. And then you hear stories about Henri Pescarolo, who raced his stint with no wipers, you know, in Le Mans, and that's just insane. And he was like, you know, quitting is just not, it's not part of the equation, man, you know.
No, if you quit, you're done.
Yep. So, Dick, what was the first year you raced? And how fast was Fred Flintstone?
He was still getting his wheels balanced then. I'm not sure. I think the first year I raced was 61.
You know, it's been my pleasure to be announcing with Dick for over 10 years now, and in spite of all my sarcasm, he hasn't hit me once yet, but I'm waiting for I'm waiting for him to trip me going down the stairs and making it look like an accident.
Those Ferraris behind that lead pace car. Ferrari GTO. They built, I think, about 29 or 30 of them. And one year when they saluted Ferrari, they had all but 2 or 3 of the cars that were built here, all of the GTOs at one time.
That's an amazing collection. I mean, even us the other night, we went downtown and we could see they were getting ready for the Bonhams auction near the piers, and you're just looking at everybody evaluating the cars. They had their laptops out, they're making notes, they're walking around, and you're going, millions. Millions.
Well, those GTOs are somewhere in the double-digit millions. That's what they're worth right now.
'49 Porsche going behind the wall right now with the full skirts.
And Testarossa goes by that V12 with those big pontoon fenders. Just an absolutely beautiful car.
Yeah, they are. They're just everything on this track is really artistic in its own right. You know, you got some of the Flying Lizard cars, you got that Renault, you've got, like you said, there's just the big Le Monster, the boat-looking item. 235 will be Group 10, 1981 to 2005 Le Mans prototypes and GT1 Rolex cars. And don't forget, folks, we are doing the awards ceremony at 5:45. It's open to the public. We all ask that all of you bring your favorite beverage, come on down, propose a toast. And there's going to be something going on at Orbis Breaks before that, too. So,
yeah, please join us for the award ceremony and prize giving, as they call it. Everyone is welcome and be down at the paddock stage, right in the paddock, directly behind our location in the modular building here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca.
And you can go to the Cafe Le Mans, and they've got everything on the walls about the history and so forth. It's a nice little setup, and you've got the Haggerty building over there. They've got 2 stories where certain people can get in and watch the races.
Yeah, this is the 65th anniversary of WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, and they've got a museum there as part of a Le Mans Cafe in the paddock. They've got a couple of cars on display and a lot of history items and photos in that museum display celebrating Laguna Seca's 65th year.
We have got the checkered flag coming out for the faster group that's on track right now as far as our Le Mans exhibition.
Again, the president of the ACO, Pierre Fillon, in that 935. This goes by. Welcome him to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca as part of this 100-year celebration.
Just looking at that beautiful number 21, that 917 Porsche. How many of those are left, Dick, intact? Someone said that perhaps it was like a half dozen of them left.
I think there's more than that.
Yeah. I know 2 of them are in Napa, private collection in Napa, winery owner there.
Checkered flag being displayed for the rest of the field. As it comes by, they're going off, and as Armando just mentioned, our next group out will be Race Group 10, 1981 to 2005 Le Mans prototypes and GT1 cars. Notice as we get later into the day, the cars get newer and faster.
That's okay with us. We got to stay awake here. You know, we can do that.
Well, I'll tell you what'll wake you up is that historic Trans Am race.
Yeah, that kind of shakes the building a little bit. We all kind of dig it.
Now look who I've just bumped into down here at the paddocks. It's Mr. Tom Christensen, 9-time winner of Le Mans. Now Tom, I wanted to start by asking you, sir, what does it mean for you to come out and be a part of these inaugural centenary celebrations for the Le Mans 24-hour race?
It's fantastic. It's a great privilege to be, to celebrate what a milestone and to be ambassador of this centenary of Le Mans. Next year it's going to be 100 years since the very first 24 hours were held back at Le Mans. And what a way to celebrate. Look, so many fantastic cars from the past being distributed or unveiled, or the whole is amazing, and racing on the track as well. This morning we unveiled a new trophy for next year. It's a great privilege. But not only celebrating the past, but what we can also look at is the future looks bright as well. Many car manufacturers have joined, coming back in, and it's going to create a huge spectacle, not only looking back, but also going forward.
Looking forward, that's right. And that brings us, I suppose, to the reason why I'm looking like a bit of a bobblehead here. I'm actually going to be joining Tom for a few laps out here in the new Audi e-tron GT-RS. Now, have you had much wheel time in this car so far? How does it feel out there to you?
Yeah, it has been our family car for more than a year back in Denmark. It's really aggressive, it's fast, and it's really a great Grand Tourer. Absolutely a blast. It's going to be a surprise you, I hope.
That's right. Well, Tom, thank you very much, and thank you to Audi, of course, for allowing us to do this. We'll be taking some laps with Tom in just a moment. Here we are. A pretty special moment for us now as we sit at the pre-staging area in an Audi RS e-tron GT. And the e-tron RS GT sat in front of me is being driven by none other, the 9-time Le Mans winner. Yes, that's right, Mr. Le Mans himself,
Welcome to Laguna Seca.
Tom Christensen.
Can we go directly on track? Jerome, can we go on track?
Here we are now.
Alright, follow me guys, just go a little bit easy out here and we start here at turn 11. Welcome to Laguna Seca. What a roller coaster ride we are onto. And what a fine automobiles we are. Cars of the future, Audi RS, e-tron GT. We'll take a little each of the first lap. You can run a little bit on the curb, but we won't take the ideal racing line this close. Imagine going here flat out, going over the crest, making sure you don't go completely to the right of the circuit and then going left into turn 1. Follow the line here, you need to aim for number 1 and starting braking already around the 2. Into the hairpin, set it a little bit late, let the car run out, but make sure the second part of turn 2 you're on the curb. Use a bit of curb coming out. Still turning, going on. Don't brake too late, coming into 3. Let the car.
Pretty incredible to be driving around Laguna Seca and getting a tutorial from Mr. Le Mans himself. This is an iconic track and an iconic man. It's pretty amazing that Audi have chosen to come to a historic motorsport event with futuristic EV cars. I, for one, feel very, very privileged to be spending this time in these amazing vehicles. We take a little bit of the curbs there on the right-hand side as we turn up.
Make sure you have be patient that you don't go too early.
Tom counselling us to be patient, not get on the gas too early. We don't want any incidents here.
You have to lift around here with the between.
Little break here. I don't want to get too close to the man.
You take the dip.
This is a hell of a dip, and we come out that just inside of that corner, and now we're on the run up.
Normally you're flat out.
Turn number 7 is coming up.
Rolex Monterey Motorsport Reunion. You're looking for something.
Under the Rolex banner, over the blind crest that is 7, on the brakes, and here it comes, the corkscrew. We go down to the left. We're looking for the oak tree, late apex, getting a little bit of the curb there.
Not so close, Catherine. That was the corkscrew.
That was the corkscrew.
Second work.
Round the rainy curve now, this lovely left-hander that's almost as challenging as the corkscrew itself. That one really sneaks up on you.
Downhill, easy to miss the
This is turn number 10. I noticed that Tom's not touching the brakes. I'm a more cautious man than him, so I have been touching the brakes quite a lot. And here we are. We're going to now turning in for turn 11, and we'll be on the start-finish line. Tom's going to give it a little bit of gas, or rather a little bit of electric, and I'm going to try and follow him. Here we go. That's 100 miles an hour, up and over turn 1. We're going to get on the brakes. There we are. And then coming into the Mario Andretti hairpin, turns number 2 and 2A, the double apex. Tom going in quite deep there. I'm going to follow him in, try and find that second apex. Here's that left-hand curve and hitting a little bit of the right-hand curve as we come around to turn 3. This really is incredible. Little touch of brakes there before the turn in. I must say this e-tron RS GT really sticks to the road. I have no problems turning in, giving it all the electric on the way out. Little touch of brakes there, and here we
between
come.
the corners, but make sure you're on the brake.
Feel that acceleration as we pull away. 70 miles an hour, 77, 82, 91. Okay, big brake here under the bridge, and we're going to be doing a left-hander here.
Coming in. It's off earlier than you think, and let the car roll.
Let the car roll, Tom says. I'm going to do whatever Mr. Le Mans tells me to do. This is probably the most incredible driving lesson one person could ask for. Okay, here comes that left-hand turner. There we are. I'm going to touch a little bit of the curbs on the right-hand side.
Here we are at the blind spot.
Here we are at the sign. Coming up to the corkscrew. This is my favourite complex of the course for sure. We're touching the brakes here as we hit turn 7. Brake, 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 brake. Late turn into 8. Looking for that oak tree again. That's the sign that we know to turn in for 8A. That's that absolute amazing 105 feet of elevation drop in something crazy like 80 feet of track. And left-hand turn here now. The car letting it go all the way out.
Turn 10.
Turn 10. Hard on the brakes here. Look at the slow down. And that is it. Those are our 2 laps of Laguna Seca.
I hope you enjoyed it too.
Thank you to Tom and thank you to Audi. What a ride indeed.
Cars coming up the racing pit lane now to begin their pace lap. This is Group 10, 1981 to 2005 Le Mans prototypes and GT1 cars. On the pole in car number 42, Connor DeFilippi in a 1999 BMW V12 LMR 6000 white in color. Gunnar Jeanette alongside in car 58, 1990 Porsche 962C also white.
Row 2 on the inside, the number 14 of Bruce Canaba with that 1989 Porsche 962C in white. Next to him is the 64 of Zach Brown, which is a 1990 Jaguar XJ-R10 in white and green.
That is a bunch of fast cars in those first couple of rows. Cal Meeker starts 5th in car 29, a 1987 Spice GTP 4.5 liter, white, red, and blue. John Edwards alongside in car number 39, a 1996 McLaren F1 GTR 6 liter, red, white, and blue.
The number 56 in position, number 7, that is the 1990 Mazda 787, 2.6 liter in white. Next to him is the number 18 of Juan Gonzalez. It's the 2007 Pescarolo MP1, 5.5 liter in blue.
Inside row 5, starting 9th, car number 2, Travis Engen, 2005 Audi R8 LMP 3600 silver and red. Alongside him in car number 15, Taz Harvey, 1997 Kudzu DLM Mazda white.
And on the 6th row inside the 0, the black car of Ernie Spada. That's a 1981 Lola T600 5.4 liter. On the other side of him is the number 12 in the 12th position, George Crass, 1999 Panos LMP 900 silver and black.
Inside row 7, car number 1, Malcolm Ross driving, 1985 Porsche 962 2.6 liter, white, blue, red, and black. Alongside in car 6, Tom Dooley, 1988 Porsche 962C 3 liter, blue, orange, and white.
Row 8, position 15, that's the 202 of Rob Werkocki with the 1989 Mazda 767B 2.6 liter, green and orange. Next to him is the 99 Robert Kaufman. That's a 1990 American Eagle Racing Toyota Eagle HF89 in white.
Last car on the grid, inside row 9, starting 17th, number 16, Patrick Long, 1988 Porsche 962 blue.
Pace car's off track. They're coming into turn 11, getting ready to look at the green. They're waiting for that linen to fly. All right,
BMW and a Porsche. That V12 BMW should have the horses coming off the grid.
And they got a green. The 42 followed by the 58. So that is Connor DeFilippe getting the hammer down first with that BMW, followed by the 58 of Gunnar Jeanette with that Porsche.
Ooh, lots of brake smoke from the BMW. He locked them up going down into turn 1. Gunnar Jeanette staying alongside through 2, going down into 3, trying to get inside, can't do it as Connor DeFilippe moves over and blocks him, fills that hole before Gunnar Jeanette could get in there alongside to try and make a move. They're under the Michelin tire bridge through turn 4 now, headed over into turn 5.
Some interesting cars in this bunch. That 15 that Taz Harvey's driving, the Kutsu Mazda, is a 4-rotor engine driven by Taz Harvey. It's a great, great vehicle, and he's a Mazda dealer and collector, so he's a big fan. The 202 1989 Mazda 767B finished 9th at Le Mans in 1989 with Elliott Forbes Robinson, still in the iconic orange and green renowned livery, driven by Rob Werkocki from Frankfort, Illinois. He's a longtime Mazda racer and former SCCA national champion.
Cars coming down out of the corkscrew, already down the hill through Wayne Rainey curve, coming back into our view. They're already down into turn 11, where they'll make the left-hander come up the start-finish straightaway. It is the BMW out front of DeFilippe, followed by Gunnar Jeanette. And Jeanette is being challenged now, it looks like, by Zach Brown in that Jaguar.
Okay, so we've got, it's the 42 of Connor DeFilippe with the BMW, the 58 of Gunnar Jeanette right behind him in the Porsche, the 61 Jaguar of Zach Brown behind them, 14, that is Bruce Canepa, followed by the 39 of John Edwards and the 29 of Cal Meeker.
Those BMW, Porsche, Jaguar, the top 3, and Canepa in the 962 Porsche. He's running in the 4th spot, the number 39 car, running in 5th. That is a McLaren F1 GTR, followed by the number 29 car of Cal Meeker, the Spice GTP.
Other interesting Mazdas, that 56, 1997-87, finished 8th at Le Mans when sister car won the overall, driven by Tom Long, longtime Mazda professional racer and driver coach. No change in order. It's still the 42, followed by the 58 and the 61. However, they have broken away from the rest of the pack. The 14 of Bruce Canepa is the only one keeping him in his sights. 16 moving up now. That is Patrick Long getting up there into the mix. Long started way back in the pack, so he's put on quite the charge in that turquoise colored number 16.
Long started way back in the back. Long started last, 17th on the grid in that number 16 Porsche 962. That's a 3-liter car.
I was trying to be polite about it.
top 3 cars, well, you look at the time involved. Evidently, he had a mechanical issue because he only completed 7 minutes in that other race, so that's why he was gridded at the back. There's evidently a problem with that car in the other event that they used to base the grid on for this one. But top 3 cars are breakaway.
So that is the 42 of Connor DeFilippe, followed by the 58 of Gunnar Jeanette, the 61 of Zach Brown, 14 of Bruce Canepa, and then on the big charge, the number 16 of Patrick Long.
Zach Brown, Gunnar Jeanette, working hard on Connor DeFilippe, trying to stay close enough to make a move. Zach Brown comfortably in third. Comes the Spice.
Looks like the 16
the motor sounded off.
16 definitely losing power and dropping back. They will be passed very shortly at that rate.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Patrick Long looked like he got himself up into about 4th spot, and all of a sudden he came up the front straightaway at about 3/4 speed, and the motor was not at full revs.
No, it was not sounding enthusiastic at all. Number 12 Panos just going by us right now.
New leader, evidently Gunnar Jeanette made the pass on Connor DeFilippe out of turn 5 as the cars start their climb up the hill to the corkscrew.
This will be a 12-lap main event here.
Here they come out of the corkscrew. New leader Gunnar Jeanette at BMW. Connor DeFilippe not happy about that situation. He's going to shadow Gunnar Jeanette all the way down into turn 11 to see if he can make a move on him between 11 and turn 1. There they are coming up the front straightaway.
Nose to tail.
Gunnar Jeanette out front in the Porsche. The BMW right on his tail as they go over the hill into turn 1.
61 Jaguar behind them, and the 14 of Bruce Canepa. The 16 sounding a little bit better, still running in 5th position.
We've been informed this will be a 12-lap race, not the originally scheduled 10. Looks like we got a lead change again going into 5. Looks like Jeanette had done to him what he did to Connor DeFilippe the last time by. Passed him on the entrance at turn 5, so the lead has changed one more time. Reports that Mr. Patrick Long's car is smoking a bit, so that may explain the off-song sound that we heard coming up the straightaway on the lap before last.
Come your leaders, 42 in front of 58. That is Connor DeFilippe heading off Gunnar Jeanette, followed by the 61 of Zach Brown, the 14 of Bruce Canepa.
Another lead change over in turn 2.
Nice, that's what we came here for.
Gunnar Jeanette managed to slip by Connor DeFilippe. They're just about side by side as they went into turn 4. Another pass as they go into turn 5, so the lead changed hands again. That's 2 lead changes in the same lap, and now it looks like another lead change. Side by side up the hill out of 5 going up into turn 6. Now there's speculation that the smoke from 1.6 may have been tire rub. Coming off the hill, it looks like the BMW, there's a long video shot we have, hard to tell, that is out in front again. That will be Connor DeFilippe in number 42, being pursued by Gunnar Jeanette in that number 58 Porsche 962. Here they come out of turn 11 up the front straight.
Yep, definitely 42 Felipe has gotten a little breathing room between himself and second place. Third place pretty comfortable there. 61 is not going anywhere. Zach Brown with that Jaguar. And Bruce Canepa, he just would like to get up in the mix better than anything.
Another change for the lead this time as Gunnar Jeanette dives inside of the Filippi going into turn 5, that bank left-hander that sends everybody up the hill to the corkscrew. So again, a lead change, but it only counts when you cross the start-finish line. Down out of the corkscrew through Wayne Rainey curve. Jeanette, De Filippi. Now they're in turn 10, followed by Zach Brown and Canepa. Leaders going down into turn 11. Heavy braking as they go into that corner. Jeanette uses all the pavement. Here comes De Filippi, pushing that V12 for all it's worth, trying to get by that Porsche. They're going down into turn 1, then the Andretti hairpin, not close enough to duck inside, which is what he'd like to do, but maybe he can stay wide to the driver's right and cut inside in turn 3. Not going to happen as Gunnar Jeanette fills up all that space. Although De Filippi does get inside him in turn 3 and makes that pass. Retakes the lead. Jeanette alongside going to 4, takes it back. What a battle between these two cars. A Porsche 962 and a BMW V12 LMR. 6-liter car and a 3,200cc car. They're putting on a heck of a show. I'm glad this thing was extended 2 laps. It will be a 12-lap race instead of the originally scheduled 10. They put on a very entertaining show. It'll be interesting to hear what they have to say at the awards-winning ceremony and the prize giving at the end of the day. And if you'd like to hear that, you should wander over there and listen in, take a look. Jeanette out in front again this time as they go down to turn number 11. And it looks like Canepa has closed up on Zach Brown in the Jag as well. Yeah, he's a lot closer than he has been. Jeanette, Filippi, Porsche BMW going down into turn 1. Brown, Jaguar, Canepa, Porsche, 3rd and 4th. Here's that battle for the lead again, this time in turn 3. You know, I think all that playing that they're doing is allowing the 3rd and 4th place cars to close up on them, Armando. They're getting closer and closer and closer. They had a pretty comfortable lead over that 3rd place car, but not anymore. It's shrinking.
Well, that's what sometimes happens. You start becoming distracted with the immediate battle you've got going on, and you're so busy trying to brake check, get underneath, get on the outside, figure out your angle for the next 2 races. You're distracted by that one driver, not realizing that while you guys are playing with each other, there's somebody stalking the both of you, waiting for when both of you are so distracted with each other, bang, they go by.
Well, you know, when you're driving like they are, there's some defensive driving going on. They're battling with each other, and obviously your lap times are going to drop, and this allows the cars behind you to close that gap.
And they're doing homework. They're watching you the whole time. They're seeing where you're making the errors in entry speed, exit speed, apexing, everything. And they're figuring out where your weak spot's going to be.
Here comes that battle for 3rd into turn 11 right now. Zach Brown and Bruce Canepa.
Oh, and
everybody's in traffic.
Oh, now we got us a race. Let's see who can whittle through traffic. And meanwhile, the 61 and the 14 of Zach Brown and Bruce Canepa are having a great opportunity to catch up to 1st and 2nd place right now as they're being held up with traffic. Because in spite of getting the move over flag, there's only so much room you got on the track.
This is a great show as you've got two good, close races at the front of this pack. De Filippi in the BMW and Gunnar Jeanette in the Porsche battling it out for the overall win. And scrapping for third spot, Zach Brown in the Jag and Bruce Kenepa in the Porsche 962. Looks like they've all worked their way through that traffic and are back at full chat racing again. Gunnar Jeanette leads down the hill as they come out of turn 10 into 11. It's the Porsche ahead of the BMW. Here they come up the front straight. De Filippi trying to figure out if he can make a move to the driver's left and get inside going into one. Not going to happen. Has to tuck in behind Gunnar Jeanette. No brake smoke this time. They're both down in there clean. In the meantime, that battle between the Jag and the Porsche, Zach Brown and Bruce Kenepa, also good. Leaders side by side in turn one, but it's going to be Gunnar Jeanette that prevails. And now De Filippi gets inside him going into four and makes the pass and retakes the lead. Gunnar Jeanette will probably try to return the favor when they get over to turn 5. Great battle between these two cars for the lead. At the moment, it's the 42 BMW out front being pursued by the 58 Porsche of Gunnar Jeanette.
Just found out the 202 of Rob Warkaki has spun and continued. That's the 89 767B we were just talking about. The Mazda, that's the green and orange machine.
Lead battle has just lapped another car, and this time it is still De Filippi in front when they go down into turn 11. Last time he was behind Jeanette. This time Jeanette's behind him. It looks like De Filippi has opened up a bit of a gap this time. I don't know what happened, but he's starting to pull away from Gunnar Jeanette and that challenge to his overall lead. That BMW sliding around a bit. I don't know if you can see it on the monitor, Armando, but a little bit slippery out there. Jeanette may have slowed a little bit to cool his tires and get some grip back and hopefully try to mount a charge before this one is over with.
So our top 5 as of right now is Conor De Filippi. We've got one lap to go with that 1999 BMW, followed by the 58 of Gunnar Jeanette, the 61 of Zach Brown, the 14 of Bruce Kenepa, and the 29 of John Edwards.
Kenepa hasn't given up on Zach Brown. He would really like that third spot. Here comes your race leader, Conor De Filippi in the BMW. De Filippi has really stretched out that lead. He's got it out to about 15 or 20 car lengths as they go through the infield. That battle for the lead just going through turn 2 and under the Michelin bridge over to 4 and then to 5 where they'll head up the hill. In the meantime, that battle between Zach Brown and Bruce Kenepa for third, still hot and heavy. Zach Brown in the Jag has third. Kenepa wants it. He's in the white Porsche 962. Zach Brown actually started behind Kenepa and was able to get by him into that third spot. Brown in that number 61 Jaguar, Kenepa in the 14 Porsche. Connor DeFilippi gets the one-lap sign from the starter in car number 42, that 1999 BMW V12 LMR 6-liter. He is on his last lap. He'll be looking for a checkered flag the next time he crosses the start-finish line. Jeanette still in pursuit, closed the gap somewhat, but certainly not close enough at this point to mount a challenge before they get back to start-finish. He's going to have to shrink that distance considerably before that can happen. On their way up the hill at speed for the last time. We need to check in on that Zach Brown Canepa battle. That's the one for third spot.
Checker flag out. Your race winner, 4-2, Connor DeFilippi with that 1999 BMW V12 LMR in white, followed by Gunnar Jeanette, 58, in that 1990 Porsche 962C.
And it's Zach Brown that takes the checker for third spot in that Jaguar, with Bruce Canepa just about having his nose under the rear wing of that Jaguar, finishing in fourth spot in his Porsche car number 14. Brown was in that number 61 Jaguar.
Now, we're having a little break in the action. There's going to be some pace car rides going on right now from 3 o'clock to 3:15. This is for the VIP pace car rides with Lexus. The entire field getting the checkered flag now. The next race up will be the Group 11 1955 to 1959 saloon cars. We will have 23 cars on this sheet, including the 51 of Marcus Hayes, who is a president of our brake company here. Orbis, yes. Nope, it was interesting talking with him yesterday. He had some great things to say about their product. They're based up in Sonoma County, so I may have to make it a point to go say hi to them at some point. Okay, so it's 3 p.m. We've got 15 minutes worth of some celebrity laps going on. Then we're going to roll right into our Group 11, 1955 to 1969 saloon cars. We've got 23 entries in that. There is still a lot of stuff going on in the paddock right now, so make sure you check it out. We still have Peter Brock doing autograph sessions till 3:30. Don't miss the opportunity to meet Peter Brock, Motorsports Hall of Famer and designer of Daytona Coupe Cobra, which won the 1964 24-hour Le Mans and the 1965 FIA World GT Championship. In 1957, he also sketched what would become the 1963 Stingray for Chevrolet. So he's got a lot to say. In 57, he also raced and scored 4 national SCCA championships with his BRE Datsuns in later years. Meet Peter Brock at the BRE and Aerovault trailer exhibition tent, south end of Merchant Row, for a good story. You can pick up one of his books, get it autographed, but this might be your last chance to see him this weekend. I'd like to remind you it's a little warm out there, not super hot, but make sure you hydrate, put on your sunblock, drink some Gatorade, drink some water. We want you to enjoy your experience here safely. And for any minor first aid needs, the First Aid Center is located in the building just outside the paddock near the ticket office. Enjoy your visit and stay safe and healthy. And make sure you catch the Café Le Mans right in the center of the paddock area. It's the 65th anniversary of Laguna Seca Museum. They've got photos, all kinds of great stuff to look at amid all the race cars in the paddock. You can enjoy special features like the Le Mans Legends display presented by Motul that features the largest collection of Le Mans winning race cars ever assembled in America. So those are all right here under the big tent, right behind the announcer's booth. Orbis Brakes will host a pre-award ceremony today. The trophy display and Moet Champagne toasts prior to its presentation of the stellar performance in the braking award today between 4:45 and 5:45 at the Orbis Brake booth located in the paddock across from Le Mans Heritage display. Lift a glass to the deserving winner of the 2022 Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion, courtesy of Orbis Brakes. Looking to drive along the scenic Highway 1 in class? Explore Monterey Touring Vehicles and its fleet of classic and iconic cars to put a smile on your face. Monterey Touring Vehicles is the only car rental agency on the Central Coast that offers such a diverse lineup. Visit MontereyTouringVehicles.com. They got everything there. Convertible Camaros you can rent, DeLoreans if you're feeling like a Back to the Future kind of thing, 54 Chevys, everything. And you can rent these cars and just cruise around the Monterey Peninsula. It's pretty cool. From simple banner projects to full vehicle wraps, American flags to complex custom designs and signage displays and everything in between, AMI Graphics is recognized for creative insight, product quality, and value. Let the signage experts at AMI Graphics help enhance the look of your business. Visit AMIgraphics.com. Embrace the culture, history, and natural beauty of the Monterey Coast at the collection of 5 boutique hotels of the Inns of Monterey. Whether you're planning a romantic getaway, a family vacation, or a special event, Inns of Monterey offers beautiful accommodations in Old Town and on historic Cannery Row. Book your stay today. Don't forget, folks, the official Raceway store has this weekend souvenir program and poster with the artwork of Kelly Telford of the Monterey Motorsports Reunion. The store will have many event and raceway items for you and a friend. Visit the official Raceway store located in the paddock near the tire bridge. You can also shop year-round online for that special gift at WeatherTechRaceway.com. And don't forget, you can get your tickets there, too. We have, in September coming up, the Monterey Grand Prix. The Indy cars will be here in September. And then we have the Velocity Invitational event in October. So those are a couple that you can't miss. There is still plenty of race action happening here on the Monterey Peninsula throughout the end of the year. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Marshall Pruitt, could you please go to the media center? Marshall Pruitt to the media center. Your presence is requested. Okay, we're just wrapping up the Champions Club Lexus Pace Car rides. At 3:20, Group 11 will be taken to the track. That is the 1955 to 1969 Saloon Car Race Rolex Motorsports Reunion. We have just received the 5 minutes. 5 minutes till we go live on track with Group 11, 1955 to 1969 Saloon Cars.
A lot of people have been asking about video of this event, and there's video being shot, and they're trying to figure out where they can find it. We've been told it's available on racer.com and also on the Goodwood channel.
As we stated, folks, don't forget September 9th through the 11th, the Firestone Grand Prix of Monterey, while the Velocity Invitational event is in October 14th through the 16th. As the cars come to the pre-grid, we have a great selection: Alfa Romeo, Mini Cooper, Austin, Ford Escort, BMW, Ford Anglia, $23 total. Pace lap is starting here. We've got an interesting selection of imports here. First row, the number 90 on the inside, Parker McKean with the 67 Alfa Romeo GTV 2000. Second car is the 62 Andrew Waite. It is the 1965 Mini Cooper S in yellow. Position number 3, second row, is the 61 car, the 1961 Mini Cooper S in yellow, followed by the 11, Ricardo Stewart Milne. It is the 1968 Alfa Romeo GTA Junior. On the 5th position, the 177 of Dennis Racine. It's the 1966 Morris Mini Cooper, red and white. Next in the 6th position is the 42 of David Murray. It's a 67 BMW 1600, blue and white. 4th row, the number 32, Jeffrey Rothman. That's the 1968 Alfa Romeo GTA in red, followed by Todd Willing. This man's been all over the place this weekend. With that 63, it's a 1968 Ford Escort in white. David Cooper in the 9th position with the 969. It's the 1960 Mini Cooper in green, followed by the 30 of Scott Crawford, 1962 Mini Cooper, yellow and black in the 10th position. Number 11 position is the 68 of Gary Dream. It's a 1965 Austin Cooper in white, followed by the 12th starting position of Marcus Hayes. That is the 51 car. It's a 1971 British Leyland Mini in white. The 13th position is the 59 of Martin Lauber, 1965 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI in white. Outside of him, the 73 of Frank Zucchi. It is the 1964 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI in yellow, followed by Jonathan Fiber, the number 2 in the 15th position. It's the 1963 Ford Cortina Lotus in white. In the 16th position, it is the 711 of Jonathan Burke. It's the 65 Alfa Romeo GTA in red.
Back in row 9, on the inside, starting 17 car, 183 Christopher Lyon. 67 Alfa Romeo Giulia Super 1600. That one's white. Jim Huff alongside in car 171, a 1965 BMW 1800 Ti/SA 1800. That one is silver. Ronald Cox next, 19th, 22, 65 Mustang Mini Cooper S green alongside Jack Chatham in car 280 Ford Anglia 105E.
As they bunch up on the starting line, waiting for that green flag. They're in good formation. Nobody's jumping the gun so far. We got the 62 up front, followed by the 90 and a 61 and the 177.
Last 3 cars we didn't get a chance to read off. Dennis Adair starting 21st in the 01 car. That's a 68 Ford Escort 1558 white in color. Alongside is an Austin A35 1957 model suede green William Rookledge car number 35, starting 22nd. Last car on the list, Martin Lauber, 23rd on the grid, car 295 65 Alfa Romeo TI white. I'm not sure he's going to make it. I think he lost an engine this morning.
I believe so. He was lubing the track, shall we say.
Coming off the hill, they'll be coming down to complete their first lap. This is race group 11, 1995 to 1969 saloons, 1955 to 69. 62 and 90 out front. Actually, Andrew Wade, who started second, is your race leader in the 65 Mini Cooper, the yellow car, and Parker McKean in the Alpha, car number 90. Gray was second.
Not anymore. It looked like the number 90 got past. They are side by side going through turn 2. Having a good old dogfight out there.
Somebody locked the right front brake going into turn 3. You know, with the long camera angle, the long lens they use on these look like those little, remember Matchbox cars?
Look, let's be honest. We're old, we have bad eyes, and they're small cars with tiny numbers. It's okay. There's that battle going on up the hill. It is still that little yellow car, that Mini Cooper, that 62 of Andrew Wade, holding off the 90 of Parker McKean, that Alfa Romeo.
It's the Alpha back out in front of the Cooper as they come. Boy, that Cooper slides through turn 10 down the bottom of that hill as they make that final next to last corner and come down to 11. They're going to come up the start-finish straightaway. I'd kind of think the Alpha should out-drag him coming up here, but we'll see. It's the Alpha in front as they come out of turn 11, and he's starting to stretch it a little bit on this front straightaway.
90, the 62. Oh, drag race between
177 and 11.
And 11 definitely.
Two battles, Coopers and Alphas, evenly matched.
Unfortunately, didn't catch you. Was in 5th position right there, but we will get back to you on that. So right now it's Parker McKean, number 90, with that 67 Alfa Romeo in gray in front, followed by the 62 of Andrew Wade. That is the yellow 65 Mini Cooper. And then in 3rd position, the 177, Dennis Racine, although it's a coin toss between him and 11 of Ricardo Stewart Milne with that Alfa Romeo in Rosa Alfa.
And Lauber went to the back paddock in car number 59. He is retired from this event.
Leader gone by. That is the 90 Alfa Romeo, followed by the 62 Mini Cooper. It's the 177 and the 61, followed by the 11. So that is the number 90 of Alfa Romeo, gray, Parker McKean. Number 62, Andrew Wade. Number 177, Dennis Racine with another Morris Mini Cooper. 61, which is the Austin Mini Cooper in yellow of Donald Racine, and the number 11, Ricardo Stewart Milne with the Alfa Romeo.
And right behind him is that number 47 BMW.
Don't forget, folks, you are all invited to the party afterwards at 5:45 p.m. in the paddock. We want to see your smiling faces there while we give out prizes to the drivers, that is.
Well, so far it's been a great weekend, Armando, and it's not over yet. We've got some great stuff coming up. Next up will be the historic Trans Am race with a full grid of those charging monsters. 34 cars expected for that one. And when they come out, kind of fasten your seat belts, put your earplugs in, because it's going to get loud.
You know what they say in Trans Am?
What?
Lexus is the exclusive luxury vehicle of WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca and is the official pace car provided that you see on track. With Lexus, you can experience amazing every time you're behind the wheel of their full range of luxury performance cars and SUVs. Choose your model or find your nearest dealership near you. Visit Lexus.com. .177 still holding off the charges of the 61. That's Dennis Racine holding off Donald Racine.
Family Feud.
Who's buying dinner? That's what they want to know. Who's buying dinner? And the number 11 of Stuart Milne rounding out the top 5. That's a family bragging rights thing right there. Who's paying for dinner that night? You know, Dick, I don't know if you recall, there was times when we were here announcing for the MX-5 Cup, there was a group of gentlemen that came up from Carmel and would drive their MX-5s up here and then, you know, go to the Mazda trailer and get their sticky tires and everything and would drive those same cars home. And this was the only racing they did was at this track. They drive here for Carmel, and I asked one of them, I said, so what's the deal? He goes, low man buys dinner for the rest of us, and we have some expensive taste when it comes to food. And I went, oh God, this could be like, that could be a grand right there. In this town? Yeah. But it was fun to watch them show up at the track with their wheels in the back and everything just ready to go.
Here comes that Racine battle up the front straightaway.
That's right, 177, Dennis Racine. 61, Donald Racine.
Just having a blast now coming out of the Andretti hairpin out of 2 going into turn 3. That number 61 Alfa Romeo, 62 Alfa Romeo, sorry, of Andrew Waite still in pursuit. They are running 2nd, 3rd, and 4th.
Actually, those were 3rd, 4th, 5th, excuse me, my mistake. So we have Parker McKean in first position on that 90 with that gray Alfa Romeo. The 62 behind him, that is Andrew Waite, followed by the 177 Dennis Racine, the 61 Donald Racine, and then the 11 of Ricardo Stuart Milne with the Alfa Romeo.
So the Racine cars are running 3rd and 4th.
Correct, sir. I would just like to have a microphone inside the helmet of the two brothers going at it. I think it'd be kind of fun. you know, family members, just intercom, you know, cursing at each other. I think that'd be great.
Yeah, I don't know what the relationship is. I know that they're from Grass Valley, California. That's where they're headquartered. Here comes that battle for third, fourth, and fifth. Up out of 11, they're going to be catching some traffic up this front straightaway. The two Racine Mini Coopers followed by the Alpha.
177 leading 61, who is leading number 11. The 90 and the 62 are a little further up ahead. So the prize giving today is at 5:45 to 7 p.m. And tonight is still movie night. They're going to be showing Ford versus Ferrari 6 to 8 p.m. in the Haggerty Marketplace.
Third, fourth, fifth just completes another lap. Still 177 being pursued by 61. But I'll tell you, they're mixing it up really hard. Dennis Racine being pursued by Donald Racine. And they're just not letting up. They're going at it hammer and tong.
We got the car 3-0 going into the back paddock area. That's a 1962 Austin Mini Cooper, yellow and black of Scott Crawford. Race leader coming around, that gray Alfa Romeo, number 90, Parker McKean. It's a 67 GTV in gray, and he has been given the one lap signal. He was given the one lap.
One more lap for your race leader. Peter McKean, car number 90, that gray 67 Alfa Romeo GTV 2-liter. Being pursued by the 62 of Andrew Waite. That's a 65 Mini Cooper, yellow in color. Then it's the Racine Coopers.
Yep. And it looks like the 62 got the second place. He's got the flag. He got the one finger mark. It is still 177 holding off the charges of 61, keeping it a family fair. The Alfa Romeo, the red one, is a little ways back. Excuse me, Rosso Alfa.
Look at those two minis, the Racines. You're just no let up.
Plus, with little cars like that, you just throw them in the back of the truck to go to the track. It's like having a dirt bike. You just throw it in there.
And Ricardo Stewart Milne in car number 11 still running third in his Alpha. So it's Alpha Cooper, Cooper, Alpha. That's your top 5. Yeah, the most entertaining show on track for this one is that battle for third between the two minis, 177 and 61.
90 sliding through turn 11, hitting the straightaway, about to get the checkered flag. That is your race winner, Parker McKean, with that 1967 Alfa Romeo GTV in gray. He definitely checked out. Comes your second place. Quite a ways back, actually. It is a yellow/orange, I guess you could say, number 62, Mini Cooper. And here comes the family. 177 taking the third place, 61 taking the fourth position, and number 11 taking the fifth.
That's Family Feud.
Yep, that's right. That is Dennis Racine edging out the 61 of Donald Racine, followed by the 11 of Ricardo Stewart Milne with that 68 Alfa Romeo and Rosa Alfa.
WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca is wrapping up its 2022 racing season. Next up is the Firestone Grand Prix of Monterey, September 9th through 11th. That's the IndyCar finale where a new champion will be crowned for 2022. There's only 2 races left for the IndyCars before they get to Monterey. And one of those is tonight at Worldwide Speedway in the Midwest. Then they go to Portland. Then they come down here to Monterey to conclude their season and championship. And that event is followed by Velocity International, October 14th through 16th. And that will conclude the racing activity for WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca for 2022. Then they're going to shut down and pave the entire track and replace that start-finish bridge.
How much did you say that was going to be?
Over $14 million. I think they'll be down for 6 months, no track activity schedule.
All right, we got about 6 minutes until Group 12, 1966, 1972, historic Trans Am, 34 cars, big V8s. Ha, ha, ha.
Do not go anywhere. You've got to stick around for this one. It's going to be a great show. It always is with all these Trans Am cars. Historic Trans Am cars, some pretty significant cars in this group. Scheduled for 12 laps. 2 more races after that. Then we have the award ceremonies, or prize giving, as they refer to it now. And we invite all of you to please join us for that award ceremony and prize giving. It'll be right by the main paddock stage in the paddock. Come on and join in on the celebration. This is the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion.
It looks like the ragtime racers are packing up. That's really cool when you've got a Model A truck to hold your Model A car and bring it to the track. That is amazing. Now, you told me, Dick, that number 4 car, he actually drove that car cross country.
Yeah, he and his wife went cross country in that thing.
How long ago was this?
You know, I'm not sure. It's probably be within the last 10 or 15 years, I think. I don't know. He's been a competitor down here for the Monterey Historic before the Monterey Motorsports Reunion for many, many years. Remember, one year he lost the wheel going into turn 5 out of turn 4. Just came right off the car.
Well, that's
Didn't hurt it too badly.
Jeez, man, turn 5. That's not a slow speed section of the track.
No.
That's cooking right before you go up the hill.
Yeah, there's a speed trap on that bridge just before you get to turn 5, one of the quicker parts of the track.
Yep.
2022. We're down here at the paddock where the ragtime racers are about to take to the circuit for the 4th time in 4 days. Here's the number 13 car waiting to go out now. Now these cars are the oldest cars here at Laguna Seca this year. These cars are old Fords, old Chevys, some manufacturers I don't even know the names of because they're long since gone and defunct, but these cars, being owned and cared for by their passionate owners, are still raced to this day in a collection of guys that go around the country exploring these cars and their limits in 2022. This is the number 13 car now, driven by Beauregard Speedwell. He seems to be having a few issues there getting it into gear. We're going to stay with him now. Oh no. Seemingly Beauregard is having some issues. Along come his pit crew now. They're going to take a look and see what they can get going. Oh, the racer is out of the car now. This is disastrous. Seems like it's some kind of engine or transmission issue. The mechanic's quick to work here, taking off the what looked to be the nuts holding the engine into the chassis. That can't be the case. Let's go around and see if we can get a closer look at what those guys are doing. There's some pretty serious work going on here to the number 13 car. Yeah, the engine cover's coming off now, the radiator's coming off now. Whoa, and there comes the entire body piece coming off the car. We're down to nuts and bolts at this point. What could possibly be going so wrong with this car that they'd need to take it all apart? We've got pieces of car flying all around now. There's nothing much left except an old chassis, 4 bits of rubber, and a few leather straps. Well, goodness me, I knew they made cars pretty robust back in the day, but I didn't know they were kit cars that could be taken apart and folded into suitcases. Oh, that's right. If it doesn't go the first time, it'll go the second time with a little kick. Why don't we step in and see if we can have a word with the pit crew over here? With me. Chief, can I ask you very quickly, what's going on with the number 13 car here?
We've got a problem with this car, the dumb thing quit. So we're trying to figure out what's wrong with it, and of course I got the track official back here. He's giving me a bad time. And so
we're doing this on the pit lane, not here. He's done this before. We've got instructions to do it on the pit lane.
These guys are a bunch of troublemakers down here. Now tell me, with this number 13 car, what could possibly be going so wrong that you'd need to take it apart?
All kinds of things. You know, these things are old cars. They're older than I am. So as a result, they break pretty easy. So as a result, breaking pretty easy, we have to be able to fix them.
And what about the racer? What about Beauregard Speedwell? Is he going to make it to the pits on time? Is he going to make it to the track?
We have to make and see. You know, we got to tear it apart and see what's wrong with it. It don't take very long, but that's what we're doing, is tearing it apart and making it look good.
Well, sir, I'm going to let you get back to it. It looks like these mechanics are running off with the engine here, so I'll let you get back to it.
We got to find it, whatever the problem is.
He's a confused old man. He doesn't know where the pit lane is. We've gone through this before.
And these guys are troublemakers.
Oh, every year, yeah.
Oh, they found the issue. Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. I mean, it's
his fault. He put it in there.
Yeah.
He put it in there.
Yeah, late at night we sneak down here and do this stuff.
Well, there you have it. A little varmint trouble here at the paddock, but it looks like the mechanics are getting the number 13 car fixed back together. How long is it going to take, Chief, to get it back together now?
Less than 8 minutes.
Less than 8 minutes. All right then, guys. Settle up. It's going to be one hell of a few minutes here down at the paddock.
Where we go from there, if it runs far enough to get on the track or if it runs far enough to get back here. But we try, you know. So this is the first time we've had all the cars but one leave, so we're in good shape.
Hey, that counts as a win in my book. Fantastic. All right, let's follow the action here now and see the engine going back in.
Job and keep him out of it.
Thank you very much. That was wonderful. All right. Well, the ragtime racers are doing their best here to get the number 13 car back going. We've got the stewards fighting with the pit chiefs. We've got everything going on down here in the paddock. We're going to let these guys get back on it and get back to the racing. There's a reason they call these cars ground shakers around here. This is class number 12, the 66 to 72 Trans Am series. You've got GTOs, you've got Mustangs, you've got Chevys, and these cars, let me tell you, have got big engines, big tires, and they produce a pretty big noise. Let's catch up with the race action right now. Group number 12, the 1966 to 72 Trans Am series.
Chevrolet Camaro. Number 17, Scott Joy, 1970 Chevrolet Camaro
We have Bill Goodwin, 1968 Chevrolet Camaro, Fathom Blue and White.
And they are starting the pace lap. On the inside of row 10, 19 starter number 42, Peter Reed, 69 Chevy Z28, orange in color. Alongside in car 13A, Dennis Singleton. That's a Chevrolet Camaro. Orange is the color.
Position 21, car number 30, that's the 67 Chevrolet Camaro, white of Arthur Miller. Outside of him is that number 77, that lime sublime 1970 Dodge Challenger of Richard Goldsmith.
Row 12 inside, 23rd starter number 28, Nick DeVitis, 68 Ford Mustang, red and gold. Alongside in car number 96, Rick Jeffrey, 67 Chevrolet Z28 yellow.
All right, 25th starting position, that's Jerry Clark with the 67A. That's the 1968 Chevrolet Camaro, white and blue. Next to him, Mike Joy, number 4A, with that 1970 Chevrolet Camaro Z28, white and red.
27th on the grid. Inside row 14, car number 7, Tony Hart, 1969 Chevrolet Camaro Z28, white and green. Alongside in car 79, Michael Eisenberg. That's that 67 Mercury Cougar, yellow in color. That's the original George Barris paint job on that Cougar.
Row 15, position 29, it's the number 5 of Jonathan Fudge, 1963, that beautiful black Ford Falcon. Next to him is the 25A of Ronald Atchley. That's the 1968 Camaro Z28, dark green and white.
Inside row 16, 30, first on the grid, number 4, Joseph Conti, 1968 AMC Javelin, red, white, and blue. Alongside Carl Stein in car 91, a 66 Shelby Trans Am, white is the color.
And then in position 33, that's the 81 of Trace Chalmers, 1967 Chevrolet Camaro 302 in Marina Blue. And rounding out your field, the 6A, Tom McIntyre, the 34th position. That is the 1968 Chevrolet Camaro in blue.
Yeah, that 79 Cougar, interesting story. It's a couple of former Shelby employees that put that car together. They got sponsorship from a Lincoln Mercury dealership who donated the car to them, and they built it up, and it was very successful in SCCA racing, known as the Bob Estes Cougar, with both Mark Waco and Niels Miller doing the driving.
They are coming down the hill, trying to bunch up a little bit now. Our starters ready. We're going to see if they. Pace car is in the pits. Stick your head up when they come by. Watch this. Stay outside.
Yes, stand on a balcony.
On the balcony. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Go, 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 go.
She won't get there in time.
Hurry, hurry, hurry.
Here comes that front row. Epsman, Patrick Byrne, the Javelin, and the Shelby, side by side. Green flag waves, and boy, that Shelby got the jump on Epsman this time as they go down. Epsman staying inside, trying to take the lead back as they go down into turn one, and it is Epsman and that whole row behind him trying to follow and through by that Patrick Byrne car as they get through the Andretti hairpin. Byrne recovers, tries to get inside of Epsman as they head down into three. Just almost got squeezed off, had enough room to get in there. Trying to pull alongside in three, can't get it done. Lots of dust and brake smoke from these cars as they come out of their 3-3 and head under the Michelin tire bridge in the infield over to turn 4.
All right, so right now, let's give you the lowdown for the time being. It's the number 2 of Ken Epsman with that Javelin. The number 15 of Patrick Byrne with that black and white Shelby Group 2 car. It is the 64 of Chad Reynal, who's been pretty consistent. The 49 Gray Ghost GTO Pontiac Tempest, followed by the number 60 other Javelin of, looks like, I think it's Bruce Canepa that's got, yes, Bruce Canepa has got that one.
Boy, that field is pulling away. They are gapping the field big time as they come down off the hill, heading now down out of turn 10 into 11. Still Epsman out front in the Javelin.
Matching Javelins, it looks like it is Canepa in second place.
You're right, it's Javelin's 1-2, followed by the 15 car. Patrick Byrne drops to third.
Reynal, the 49 of Hildebrand. So at last check, we've got the number 2 of Ken Epsman in first place. Second place, we have got Bruce Canepa in the number 6, the Javelins 1 and 2, followed by the 15X Patrick Byrne, 67 Shelby Group 2, and then the 64 of Chad Reynal.
There may be a change for the lead as they came off the hill. Byrne's still in third spot, but we'll have to wait till they get out of turn 11 to see which Javelin is leading this field as they come up. Is it the number 2 car or is it the number 6 car? It's the number 6 car of Bruce Canepa. He started back in 5th He's moved himself up into the lead, followed by Epsman and Patrick Byrne, and that lead trio are pulling away from the rest of the field.
We got the 83 cars slowing down at the start-finish. Kevin Sittner with that 69 Boss 302 seems to be having mechanical issues.
Good battles throughout the rest of the field that we haven't talked about because we're concentrating on the action up front. 2 Javelins and a Mustang with a breakaway pulling away from the rest of the field. Fourth place car will pick up coming by. He's kind of all by himself. He's lost touch with the lead trio, but a long way back to the rest of the field behind him.
That's the 64 car of Chad Reynolds. That's the 69 Chevrolet Camaro Z28 yellow with black lettering. Pretty consistent runner, though. He has been all weekend. He's kind of quietly sitting back there in the top 5 or just out of the top 5.
It's a Javelin drag race coming out of turn 11. I think that time it was Epsman that crossed the line first by about a bumper.
And they're drag racing into one. We're going to see who's going to come out of that one all right.
Looks like Canepa in front of Epsman, then Byrne, and then Chad Reynolds is now closed up, and he's going to make it a 4-way battle.
It's funny that you mentioned Chad Reynolds because he was one of the people instrumental in restoring that car that's ahead of him, that number 15 that Patrick Byrne is driving. It's a Shelby Group 2 Mustang, one of only 26 built. And it's estimated that only 9 of these cars remain, and only 3 or 4 of them are active in competition right now.
Yeah, we've got a reversal of order. It's Byrne, Canepa, Epsman. No, Reynolds third. Byrne, Reynolds now making a bid on Canepa, trying to get up in the second. Can't get it done. Has to tuck in behind. He's side by side with Epsman as they come out of turn 11. But it's Patrick Byrne out front in the Mustang. Dogfight for second.
So that is a Mustang, a Javelin, and a Camaro.
Yeah, and Reynolds was second and third. Now he's dropped to fourth from turn 11 to turn 1. It's Canepa second, followed by Epsman, then Reynolds. And, you know, the long lens shot we've got on our monitor, you can really see the cars sliding around.
That's a lot of heavy metal to be moving around this track.
Byrne's turn at the point. Here comes that number 79 Cougar that we talked about earlier. This is the Michael Eisenberg car. Yeah, all of the special race parts used on the Shelby Trans Am coupes found their way into this car. The car, as it sits now, is exactly as it was at the end of the 1968 season. Even the paint job applied by the renowned George Barris remains as applied 54 years ago. A total of 7 Cougars participated in Trans Am racing. Only 3 are known to survive today. This Cougar may be the last unrestored historic Trans Am race car still racing. I remember the Cougar that Ed Leslie drove. He was from Carmel. We saw that car out of Northern California. Leslie, a Carmel driver, very successful with that car. He also raced Cobras.
We got a Javelin Mustang drag race coming into the corner. It looks like Canepa getting the point. We'll see what happens. Bruce Canepa, another one of those guys that's turned in a lot of laps in this last week here. Ken Epsman looks like he's getting a little excitable, getting a couple wheels off and on around turn 2.
Was that Epsman or was that the other Javelin? I'm not sure.
No, I think that was Epsman because he was trying to get around that 64 of Chad Reynolds. From what we can see charging up the hill, I can see that it looks like Chad Reynolds' Camaro got up to 2nd place and Patrick Byrne dropped back a position.
Yeah, Reynolds got up to 2nd, then dropped to 4th. And Byrne was leading. Epsman led, and Canepa led. So we've had 4 different leaders so far in this race, and we're not even halfway through.
Chad Reynolds out front, trying to stay out of striking range of that Javelin of Bruce Canepa. It looks like Ken Epsman is running 3rd with the other Javelin, and then in 4th place, that is Patrick Byrne with that 15X Shelby Mustang. We'll see what happens. They go into turn 1 and 2.
Canepa all over Reynolds as they come out of the Andretti hairpin and head over toward turn 3. Canepa gets a wheel off on the right, driver's right, picks up some distance, makes a pass on the inside of turn 3 to retake the lead. Car a little bit sideways coming out of the exit of turn 3. Had to throw some opposite lock in to keep it pointed in the right direction. So it's Canepa, Reynolds, Epsman, Byrne, your top 4 as they go through turn 5 and start their climb up the hill to the corkscrew. Speaking about corkscrew, you can witness history in the making tomorrow at the first ever Corkscrew Hill Climb and Community Day. You'll see race cars and other invited cars race reverse course and go up the corkscrew where they will finish. There'll be music, fun in the paddock, also features of Pagani hypercars, a whole collection of them. Ferris wheel and go-karts will be running fun, and Corkscrew Hill Climb and Community Day tomorrow, a fun new way to wind down Monterey Car Week.
Bruce Canepa in front. Number 2, Ken Epsman, 2nd position. That is Javelin's 1 and 2. And it looks like we have a fight for 3rd place. The 15X of Patrick Byrne trying to hold off the 64 of Chad Reynolds with the Z28.
Javelin, Mustang, Camaro. They order now for the top 4. Canepa is starting to check out a little bit. He had a pretty good lead going up the hill out of turn 5. They're going to run into some traffic, though, and that'll bunch them up all over again. There's the old Sam Posey Dodge Challenger, car number 77, in that lime green color. It was very easy to identify that car. I think that color was called chartreuse at that time. I'm not sure. Kind of a yellowish green. Now they call it lime green. You even see that color on some new production cars. I've seen it on some new Dodge Chargers.
And Bruce Canepa, number 6. Looks like Bruce Canepa has left the building. In second place, it is the number 2, Ken Epsman, the other Dublin.
So Canepa still out in front, kind of taking things under control. Remember, he started 5th in that number 6 car. He's out in front now. Goes by us here at start-finish. The battle for second. Looks like Chad Reynolds going to take second away from Ken Epsman. Reynolds in that yellow 64 Camaro. Epsman in the number 2 Javelin with Patrick Byrne right behind him in that number 15X Shelby Trans Am. And your race leader come by, Bruce Canepa, with about 10-car lead over second place, 64, Chad Reynolds. Third place, the number 15. Fourth place, the number 2. And fifth place, my guess would be that we're going to get the one lap sign for the race leader this next time by, Armando. We'll keep our eye on Canepa. He's pretty much in control of the situation now, well ahead of that three-way battle for second between Chad Reynolds, Ken Epsman, and Patrick Byrne.
Next race up, Group 13, 1966 to 1985 historic Formula Ones. Those will be starting at 4:30.
Here comes your race leader now, Bruce Canepa. Should be getting the one lap sign from the starter, and he does. Just as he's about to lap a couple of cars going over the hill into turn one. This is the last lap. He's gotten by both of those cars as they exit the Andretti hairpin. Leaders going into turn three.
We got your former third place runner, the 15X. Patrick Byrne is in the back paddock right now. Let's change the top order a little bit. We've got number 6, Javelin. That is Bruce Canepa. Number 64, that is Chad Reynolds. Ken Epsman, the other number 2, Javelin.
Here comes your race leader, soon to become race winner. Car number 6, Bruce Canepa. Blue, white, and red Javelin. Chad Reynolds takes the flag for second. He wasn't that far back. Looking for Ken Epsman. He's dropped back considerably off the pace. He comes across to take the checkered flag in the number 2 Javelin.
In the third position. I'm thinking it might be number 72, Steve Link, who ended up with 4th position, but not really sure. The pack had moved around quite a bit at that point. And we have a little over 10 minutes until race 13. That is Group 13, the 1966 to 1985 historic Formula One. That is 16 cars on the grid for this. Well, that was a pretty exciting bunch, huh?
Trans Am always is a good, exciting bunch, except all of a sudden Bruce Canepa got dominant. He started 5th. Didn't take him long to work his way up to the front. Lead changed hands a couple times after that, but Canepa led the most laps, led the most of the 12 laps that they did run. And Patrick Byrne, who was in the midst of the fight, he had a mechanical problem and left.
Well, cars like this, when you have trouble finding parts for them, it's something questionable going on. Let's just bring them in before expensive sounds happen.
Our penultimate group of the weekend, race group 13, 1966 to 1985, historic Formula One cars. Looks like we've got about 16 of them lined up to take this. That's a pretty good field of historic Formula One cars. And it spans a 15-year period, and it's interesting if you look at the cars, in some models, the way the cars changed in different time periods and eras. Some you'll see the driver sitting well forward in the car. It looks almost like his knees are over the front axle of the car. Others he's sitting a little further back. Then you see other cars that have a big air box sticking up in the air over the rear engine of the car, looking almost like a Formula 5000 car.
Tunnel ram.
You got to get that air into it. It's got to breathe. It is an absolutely perfect picture postcard day. A little bit different from the fog we had this morning that delayed our start by about 15 minutes, but didn't take us long to get back on schedule and get this gate underway. It's been a flawless performance all 4 days.
Well, you know, honestly, between last week's pre-reunion and this week's reunion, we've only had one day that was a fog delay day. Otherwise, nothing at any point.
You're right, and the fog day was today, and one of the earlier scheduled start times, too. One day we started at 9:45. If that was on the schedule today, the fog would not even have been an issue.
Yep, it would have started right on time. But we caught up, and God bless Control for figuring out what they had to do to get us back on schedule.
Control the stewards, they did a masterful job of keeping things running smoothly, and you never even saw that there was a problem. We're getting closer and closer to that prize giving ceremony, and once again we'd like to extend an invitation to all of you to get down there and join in the celebration. This will be the culmination of the weekend here at the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion with the celebration of 100 years of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. One minute warning has been given on pre-grid for Group 13, 1966 to 1985 historic Formula One cars. A quick reminder, the next event here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca is the Firestone Grand Prix of Monterey for the Indy cars, September 9th through the 11th, where the 2022 IndyCar Championship will be decided. Probably 4 or 5 drivers in contention for it, points-wise, with only 3 races to go, one of which is tonight. Then they go to Portland, then they come here to Monterey. Final event on the schedule here at WeatherTech Raceway, Velocity Invitational, October 14th through the 16th. Then they're going to close the track down for about 6 months for major repairs, a total repave, replacing the start-finish bridge, and other improvements. Cars leaving start-finish to begin their pace lap.
All right, let's meet these drivers. On the pole, number 27, Charles Neerberg, driving that 1981 Williams FW07C, green and white. Next to him is the 43 of Steve Romack in the second position there, the 1985 Tyrrell 12-3 in blue.
Back to the second row on the inside, starting third, car number 32, Wade Carter, a 1982 Arrows A4, orange and white, alongside Cal Meeker in car 14, a 79 Tyrrell 009 blue.
And in position number 5 on the third row, that's the number 6 of Robert Muller. It's a 1982 Williams FW08 in white and green. Next to him, the outside, is the car number 8. That is Dan Marvin, that white Brabham 1974 BT44.
Starting 7th inside the fourth row, number 18, Lee Mole, 1977 Lotus Type 78 black and gold. Another black and gold Lotus alongside him, a 76 model, also Type 77, is Chris Locke in car number 5.
9th position, car number 15. That's the 76 March 761. It is red, white, and blue. Next to him is the 11 of Dan Collins, 1982 Lotus Type 91 black and gold.
11 starter, Chris McAllister, car number 1, a 76 Ferrari 312 T2. That's the next Niki Lauda car, red, of course. Richard Griot alongside in car 9, 74 March 741. That one is orange.
Row 7, position 13. That's the 29 of John McKenna. It's a 1975 Parnelli VPJ-4, red and white. Next to him is Nick Griot, the number 20 car, 1978 Wolf 3WR6 in blue and gold.
Lights out on the pace car, which means we're going to go green flag this time by. As we move to the 8th row inside, starting 15th, car 67, Michael Eckstein, 1972 Williams ESO Marlboro Formula One car, green, white, and red. And the final car on our entry list, car number 28, starting 16th, Doug Mockett, 1976 Penske PC4, red, white, and blue. The pace car has pulled off the track, and we are going to get the green flag as Nierberg and Romack lead the field to start finish. Nierberg, good jump at the start. Romack tucks in behind him. Looks like it's the arrows of Wade Carter that's the third car through as they go down into the Andretti hairpin. Nierberg, Romack, Carter, then the other Tyrrell right behind him. That'd be Cal Meeker. That's your top four as they go through turn 3. Nierberg leads them up the hill. He really got great acceleration coming off the front straightaway when that green flag wave. He just drove right by Steve Romack.
It is early, and we'll see what happens this time around. Holding tough and actually getting a little bit of breathing room from second place. Nierberg's looking really good. But 43 Steve Romack having being stalked a bit by the third place, which looks like it's Wade Carter from a distance. We'll tell you in a second. So it is the 27 of Charles Nierberg, followed by the 43 of Steve Romack, the 32 of Wade Carter, the 14 of Cal Meeker, and the 6 of Robert Muller. Pretty much the same positions they are in on the grid.
Top 5, Williams, Tyrrell, Arrows, Tyrrell, Williams. 2 Tyrrells, 2 Williams in that group. The only interloper is the Arrows. Nierberg, Romack, then the Arrows of Wade Carter, Meeker, and Bud Moeller in his Williams. 27, 43, 32, 14, and 6, your top 5.
Got Doug Mockett having some problems on the turn 11. That's how they had some contact with another car.
Well, evidently Doug Mockett touched wheels with another car. Mockett in car number 28, that's that Penske PC4. He's continued on. He tapped the wall and he's proceeding slowly around the course. He reports that he is slow up in turn 4. Did not get the number on the other car that he touched wheels with. That was down in turn 11, the final corner. Neerberg continues to lead, followed by Romack, who's really being hounded now by Wade Carter in that arrow. Putting a lot of pressure on Romack, trying to move himself up into second spot. And the Tyrrell of Cal Meeker trying to join the party. He's running in the 4th spot. He's working on the back of the arrows, while the arrows in front of him is working on the back of Steve Romack's Tyrrell. One of the Tyrrells is evidently pulled off course with a mechanical issue. Don't know which one it is. We'll find out when they come back around start finish, because they were running 2nd and 4th. Romack in the 43 car, Meeker in the 14. Fortunately, they go by our vantage point at about 125 miles an hour, and I couldn't catch the number. Okay, Armando said he spotted it was Romack went by, which means that Meeker is the car, the Tyrrell that retired of the two. A tough break for Cal Meeker, evidently mechanical issues. He has pulled it off the course, parked it in a safe spot. So Neerberg, Romack, Wade Carter, and Bud Moeller now moves up into the 4th spot in his number 6 Williams.
And Dan Marvin with the number 8, rounding out the top 5. Lone Brabham out there, 74 BT44 in that leader group of 5.
Top 3, no change. Carter closing in, trying to close in on Steve Romack. Still a good fight for 2nd spot going on there. They're just through the Andretti hairpin, heading into 3. Romack and Carter, the Tyrrell and the Arrows. Race of the day,
1981 to 1991 IMSA GTO Trans Am Rolex race will be at 5:05 until 5:30 p.m.
And after that, we will have our prize giving and award ceremony taking place by the main paddock stage, and everyone is welcome. Please join us. Still that battle for second coming off the hill. The Arrows chasing the Tyrrell. Romack and Wave Carter. Nürburg comfortably out in front. Already out of turn 11, accelerating up the straight as the second and third place cars enter turn 11. Sure, we're going to have to check, but it looks like Dan Marvin is catching up to Bud Moeller, and there may be a battle shaping up for fourth spot. We'll check next time by. Unfortunately, timing and scoring information is not available to us, so it's only what we can see from our vantage point. New second place car, the Arrows has come by. I don't know what happened to Romack and the Tyrrell. Here he comes now, but you've got a new second place car. Romack drops to third in his Tyrrell. Waiting out for Bud Moeller, who should be the fourth place car. He's not, it's Dan Marvin who's moved up in the fourth spot. Ahead of Bud Moeller. Marvin in the Brabham.
So the order is on point right now. 27, Charles Nürburg with that 1981 Williams FW07C, white and green. 32, Wade Carter with that 1982 Arrows A-4 in orange and white. Third position is the 43 of Steve Romack, 1985 Tyrrell 12-3 in blue. And the number 8 of Dan Marvin, that 74 Brabham BT44 all white. Followed by Bud Moeller, the number 6 car, which is the 82 Williams FW08 in white and green.
If you're looking for a video of this weekend's event, the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion, I understand it is being streamed and is available on racer.com and the Goodwood channel. like Dan Collins parked his car over in turn 4. Mechanical difficulty. He's out of the car and walking away. They're going to get the checkered flag to the leader next time by Charles Neerberg in that number 27 car. Take a look at the number 8 car of Dan Marvin, that white Brabham. That's a great example of that big cold air intake sticking up in the back of the car, that cold air box. Your race leader is in turn 8. He'll get the checkered flag when he crosses the start-finish line this time by. That would be Charles Neerberg in the number 27, 1981 Williams FW07C. Green and white is the color. Out of 11, here he comes up the start-finish straightaway. Checkered flag, and the win goes to Charles Neerberg in car 27. Wade Carter takes the checker in car number 32 for second place, 1982 Arrows A4, orange and white. And Steve Romack should be your third place finisher in his Tyrrell.
That was 43.
Yeah, Romack got there just in time. I think Marvin was closing on him and would have taken that third spot away from him. Marvin with a great drive. Started back in 6th spot and started checking people off and taking them out. Of course, he was helped by the retirement of that one Tyrrell that was in front of him as well. But he got around Moeller and he was working himself into position to challenge Romack for that third place.
Got a little bit over 10 minutes until our final race of the weekend. That is a Group 14, 1981 to 1991 IMSA GTO Trans Am cars. We have a field of 17 cars.
The champagne is on ice as we get ready for the prize giving. That's going to be on the main paddock stage in the paddock. Everyone is welcome to attend. Please join us in the celebration and the conclusion of this great weekend here at WeatherTech Raceway and the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion.
All right, I found time here at the back end of the 4th day of racing to catch up with Andy Prill, who is a member of the, I'm going to have to get this right now, the Rolex Monterey Motorsport Reunion Advisory Council. And what that basically means is that he helped to organize and curate this year's event. So Andy, I want to start by thanking you. And secondly, I'd like to ask you, from an organizer's perspective, how do you think this weekend went?
I think it's gone really, really well. I mean, an organizer always wants more. I've noticed a few things that myself and my colleagues will be wanting to improve on in future years. But post-pandemic, we had a bit of a bounce back last year, obviously still affected badly by the legacy of the pandemic. And I think we've really come back strong this year. We've had, I think, a record crowd. I think we haven't had a crowd this big for over 12 years. Wow. We're doing really well. I'll repeat, we are never happy. We want to improve and watch this space.
That's fantastic. Well, I must say, I think moving to the 4-day format has been a great triumph. And I also think what's impressed me more so than anything else, I think, is the level of racecraft that we've seen out on the track this year. And I think the guys that come here year in, year out, they know how to perform here. But some of those Le Mans races and some of the special classes we've had this year, they've really blown me away. What do you think of the racing that's taken place this year?
I agree. Again, from an organised point of view, we don't like any incidents here. We're very we let them race hard, but we're very anti-contact. Probably had a little too much, but some of these guys are a bit rusty. Something else to work on and make sure people stay safe and that we can cut down on those incidents. But generally, I think it's been very successful, and there's been some stellar driving, as you said. For me, it wasn't at the reunion. For me, the pass of Horatio Fitzsimon last weekend on Jim Farley at turn 10, I've not seen anything like it. That was Mansellesque on PK. It was just superb. So made my event. Yeah.
He's going to love hearing that when he listens to this interview. Well, look, Andy, again, thank you very much for putting together a wonderful event. Thank you.
Please keep featuring us, and we'll reward you with some more great racing. Thank you.
We absolutely will. We're looking forward to seeing what Andy and the rest of the team can put together for next year's Rolex Monterey Motorsport Reunion. Thank you very much.
Group 14 will be taken to the track in a couple of minutes here. Don't forget, folks, we ask you to hang out and really enjoy the prize presentation at 5:45 today. It's a good time, and that's just a couple minutes after the Group 14 race. And then we're going to have the Audi Media Laps from 5:40 to 6:40, Lucid Motors Grand Touring Performance Experience from 6:45 to 7:45. And don't forget it, the Haggerty Marketplace. It's movie night with Ford versus Ferrari, 6 to 8 p.m. And don't forget the Corkscrew Hill Climb, witness history in the making this Sunday with the first ever Corkscrew Hill Climbing Community Day. You'll see race cars and other invited cars race reverse and go up the corkscrew where they will finish. It'll be music and fun in the paddock, also feature a collection of Pagani hypercars. The Ferris wheel and the go-karts will also be running, and the Corkscrew Hill Climb and Community Day is a new fun way they have just added to wind down the Monterey Motorsports Week. And we've just received the 5-minute mark. 5 minutes until racing gets going on the track. This will be the final event of the weekend as far as racing is concerned. Group 14, 1981 to 1991, IMSA, GTO, and Trans Am.
1 minute warning has been given on pre-grid for our final group of the weekend here at the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion. Group 14, 1981 to 1991 IMSA, GTO, and Trans Am cars. They are about to go out for their 12-lap race. On the pole for this one, not an unfamiliar name, car number 53, Ken Epsman, in a 1984 Pontiac Firebird. That car's teal blue. Alongside him in car number 74, Spencer Brockman in a 1991 Mazda RX-7 GTO car, blue in color.
Second row, third position, that's the 1885 Mercury Capri 358 orange. Next to him is the 6A of Gordon Johnson with that black 1991 Oldsmobile Cutlass. And then you're up.
Starting fifth on the inside of that third row as they start the pace lap, Chris Hines in car 35.
If you've stuck around to the end with us, you are in for a doozy of a final race. That's right, we have the 1981 to 1991 GTO Trans Am Rolex race. These cars are by far and away the loudest on the course. You can probably hear them behind us now. Let's watch them take to the grid now.
Next to him, that white 1986 Protofab Z28 Rick Jeffrey, and that's car number 8.
Row 5 inside, starting 9, car number 32, Jim Frula, 1986 Datsun 300 ZX 3-liter, yellow in color, alongside John Murray in car number 16. That's a 1988 Nissan 240 SX 2400, red and white.
Sixth row, 11th position, that's the 11 of Steve Schuler. It's a 1988 Mercury Mercure. It's white, yellow, and red. Next to him is the teal, blue, and white 1987 Tommy Riggins Oldsmobile Cutlass Supreme, driven by Jonathan Ornstein. That is number 31.
Inside the 7th row, you'll find Mike McNamee. He's behind the wheel of car number 6. That's a 1985 Buick Somerset 4500, white and black. Alongside him, completing that row, is car number 5, John Goodman, 1988 Chevrolet Corvette, white and black.
And in the 8th row, the number 65 of George Crass. That's a 1985 Ford Mustang, white and red. Next to him is David Doyle with 55, and that's a 1982 Pontiac Trans Am in white.
Our 17th and final starter on the inside of row 9, car number 110. It's a 1988 Chevrolet Camaro, white and blue. That is your starting field for our final race of the weekend, Group 14. This will be 12 laps. That front row, Ken Epsman in the Pontiac Firebird. Spencer Brockman, son of Mike Brockman, in that Mazda RX-7 GTO. Making a turn at turn 11. Here they come up the front straightaway looking for a green flag. It waves and everybody puts their foot down. Good clean start. Epsman on the outside. Looks like Brockman's going to be the leader as they get through that turn 1 complex and over into the Andretti hairpin. It is Brockman in the Mazda. Epsman tucks in behind the, looks like a Corvette that tucked in behind him. I don't think that's that Mercury Capri. Epsman got shut out and dropped about 3 or 4 spots there. Not sure what happened there. But Epsman, who had been battling with your race leader, he was running in second, dropped 3 or 4 positions. We'll see where he is when they come back around to us at start and finish.
Spencer Brockman still in the lead. Looks like the orange and white Corvette dropped behind him. That would be the number 35 of Chris Hines.
Yeah, he started back in 5th spot, so he got a heck of a jump at the start. They're completing the first lap.
Epsman looks like he's in the 5th position, but will be charging up, no doubt.
Yeah, I confirm Epsman was 5th going into turn 1, but it is that Mazda driven by Brockman that is out in front, followed by that orange-white Corvette of Chris Hines, car number 35.
Behind them, it looked like the 6A of Gordon Johnson with that black Oldsmobile Cutlass, followed by the 10 of Octavio Rincon, which the Dylan Camaro, and then the 53 as they came by here of Ken Epsman. But Epsman, I'm sure, is on the charge.
He's always on the charge.
He's already in 4th position right now. I could see before they go up the hill, underneath the bridge, turn 5.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. He was coming out of the Andretti hairpin. All of a sudden, he went way off driver's right to the side and dropped about 4 positions.
As they come down the hill, hitting turn 11. They are moving. That is the 74 of Spencer Brockman in front, followed by the 35 of Chris Hines, the 6 of Gordon Johnson, then the 53 of Ken Epsman, and the 10 of Octavio Rincon.
And a traffic jam behind him coming out of turn 11. Epsman making another move, it looked like there. Coming up the 3rd spot out of the Andretti hairpin.
Yeah, he's taking that wide line. You know, if you got the muscle to do it, that'll work. So it's still the 74 of Ken Epsman, followed by the 35 of Chris Hines, and it is now the 53 of Ken Epsman going up the hill. You see him coming down the corkscrew. Brockman with a nice lead over 2nd position, which is that 35 Corvette of Hines. Hines has got problems. He's got a big teal spot in his rear view mirror known as Ken Epsman, that 53. Moving right along. Getting underneath him coming out of turn 11. It's a drag race up straightaway for 2nd position between that Corvette 35 and the 53 Pontiac Firebird, followed by the 6 and the 10. That is Gordon Johnson, Octavio Rincon, and the 28 of Walter Brown with that 87 Chevrolet Camaro. Spencer Brockman with a good lead over 2nd position. The only problem is that 2nd position person has been on the move and moving rather quickly. That is the 53 of Ken Epsman, relegating the 35 of Hines, that Corvette, to third position. And the 6A moving up. Gordon Johnson moving up. Going to probably try to put a move and get on third, on that third spot on the box. Try to take it away from that 35 Corvette of Chris Hines.
Mike Gagan in 110, slow through turn 4. We get the report over the landline in that 1988 Chevrolet Camaro white and blue. Evidently having difficulties with his car. And back up to speed in turn 5.
Spencer Brockman, 74, still with a substantial lead over the 53 of Ken Epsman. The 35 coming right past the start-finish line, that Corvette. The 6A, the old black Oldsmobile Cutlass, however, closing the gap between him and that 35. They're followed by the number 10 of Octavio Rincon with that white Camaro. Mike Gagan with that 110. The 88 Chevrolet Camaro is in the back paddock, calling it a day. '74-year race leader going by right now, Spencer Brockman, followed by the 53 of Ken Epsman. Doesn't seem to be quite charging as hard. He's in second position. In third place, the 35 Corvette, who has opened that gap a little bit more between them and the 6A Gordon Johnson and the 10 of Octavio Rincon with that Dylan Camaro. It sounded like the Walter Brown number 28 was having some issues outside of turn 5, slowing. Looks like they're mechanical. They're getting them out of, making sure they're out of harm's way with that 1987 Chevrolet Camaro.
Your race leader's got about 3 seconds over Ken Epsman. Spencer Brockman in that number 74, 1991 Mazda RX-7 GTO. 3 full seconds over Ken Epsman in the number 53 car. That's your second place 1984 Pontiac Firebird 5700 in teal blue. We'll keep an eye on that gap to see if it shrinks or if Brockman can open it up even more. Report that there's some smoke on car 7 for your race leader. They're not sure if it's tire smoke or what, or possibly braking too hard, but they are going to keep an eye on that. So possible problems for your race leader, Spencer Brockman in car number 74. Last time by, Epsman was 3 seconds back.
Drivers first position and second position just going by. The 74 of Spencer Brockman, followed by the 53 of Ken Epsman. Coming out of turn 11, third position, the number 35, Chris Hines with that 81 Chevrolet Corvette, followed by the 6A of Gordon Johnson with that 91 black Oldsmobile Cutlass, and the number 10 of Octavio Rincon with that 86 Dillon Camaro, white and orange.
If anything, it looks like Brockman widened that gap over Epsman by more than half a second that time by. We'll check it in a lap or two, as we've got to be in the back half of this race. 12 laps scheduled for this one. The final race of the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion weekend, celebrating the 100 years of the 24 hours of Le Mans here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca.
Race leader about to come through start finish. It is still a 74 of Brockman. Our second place Ken Epsman is not on the track right now, or if he is, he's dropped back.
New second and third place car says Epsman has not come by our position near start finish. Well, Ken Epsman is now officially out of the top 5. We just got the rundown from the scorer at the completion of 10 laps of the scheduled 12. No question about the fact that Spencer Brockman is your race leader in that Mazda RX-7 74 second spot. Number 35, Chris Hines in the Chevrolet Corvette. Third is car 6A. That is Gordon Johnson in the Oldsmobile Cutlass. Fourth is car 10. That's Octavio Rincon in the Dillon Camaro. And fifth is car number 65, George Crass in the Ford Mustang. We're not sure where Epsman is. We have had no reports on the landline, but he had been running in second spot about 3 seconds behind Brockman, the race leader, and all of a sudden he just quit coming around.
We were just informed that the Ken Efsman 53 went to the back paddock, obviously having a mechanical issue.
They're on the final lap. 1 lap sign has gone out to your race leader, who is down in turn 1. Catching up to some traffic in the Andretti hairpin. He's got a motor on by and head to the checkered flag and call it a day, call it an afternoon, and call it a weekend as we get ready for the award giving and celebration by the main paddock stage. Once again, everyone is invited to join us for the prize giving and celebration in the paddock.
And your race winner coming out of turn 11, that's the 74 of Spencer Brockman, that 1991 RX-7 GTO Mazda in blue. Car 5-5, David Doyle, that 1982 Pontiac Trans Am behind the wall. Here comes your second place finisher, that number 35. That is Chris Hines with that 1981 Chevrolet Corvette, white and orange. Third place, that is the 6A Gordon Johnson with that black 1991 Oldsmobile Cutlass. Number 10, Octavio Rincon. And the 65 getting loosey-goosey coming out of turn 11. That is George Krask with that 1985 Mustang, white and red. Those are your top 5. And we've got the number 32 coming by us, Jim Frula with that Nissan. Plus the number 11 of Steve Schuler with that Mercury Mercure. And it looks like the 31 of Jonathan Ornstein, that 1987 Tommy Riggins Oldsmobile Cutlass just went by here. Your race winner heads into the pits right now. Well, Dick, it's another Monterey Rolex Motorsports Reunion under the belt.
Yeah, no, that was a great weekend. That tribute to Le Mans and the cars that they were able to assemble, getting cars out of museums and private collections to come here just for this weekend is absolutely incredible. Whoever organized it and put it together has done an absolutely magnificent job. It was curated by Motul. Amazing that they were able to share it with the fortunate fans who were here today and during the entire Rolex Monterey Motorsports weekend.
Motorsports is not done yet with this area.
Yeah, after the Velocity event, the tracks are going to go dark for about 6 months while they repave the entire track, replace that bridge to start finish, and make several other improvements here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. I'm looking at the monitor. We're on the monitor. Wave to yourself. You know, on behalf of WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, thank you for visiting this weekend. We appreciate your ongoing support, and please drive safely home.
Absolutely. Hey, we want to give a shout out to the staff here for putting all the effort into doing everything. Everybody from the volunteers to scorekeeping, the FCCA folks, our turn workers, and even a shout out to the people at McCune who keep our sound system running. And, you know, as you see those volunteers as you're leaving, they are just that. They're volunteers. They put in a lot of time to make sure that you have a wonderful weekend here. So give them a thank you or just wave by and, you know, show them a little love as you leave here. My name is Armando Miranda.
Thank you, Armando. Enjoyed working with you as usual. My name is Dick Sisich. Good night from WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca.
Well, the sound of roaring V6, 8, 10, and 12 engines has been replaced here by the popping of champagne bottles and the clinking of glasses. That's right. After 4 spectacular days, the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion for 2022 has come to an end. And I just want to take a moment to thank sincerely everybody who helped make this show possible this weekend. We're talking about the drivers, the owners, and everybody associated with the cars. Thank you so much for bringing these fantastic machines out, not keeping them as static ornaments in your home, but allowing for us to enjoy them as much as you guys have enjoyed racing them. We thank you for that. To all the stewards and marshals out here, outposted around the track, thank you for keeping everybody safe. Thank you for making a streamlined event that has allowed us all to really enjoy our time here. And of course, to everybody marshalling traffic, parking lots, all of you guys are the reason that this event happens and takes place, so thank you. We're gonna sign off now. Thank you very, very much. And don't forget, if you live around the Monterey area, tomorrow we have the inaugural community day here at the WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. We're going to be having a corkscrew hill climb. First time that's ever happened. There are going to be some amazing cars taking to the corkscrew in the reverse orientation and seeing who can make it to the top of the hill the fastest. Thank you very much to all of the sponsors. Thank you to Rolex. Thank you to Motul. Thank you very much indeed to WeatherTech for keeping this fantastic track open and available for us to all come and enjoy. My name has been Joe Berry. Thank you very much for watching.